Wow, nice camera, dude. It's been happening more and more lately. I guess I should actually start to look before I hit the switcheroo button. Anyway, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Do apologize if the audio is a little bit off today. I'm thinking I might just have it set in a weird way on my end. Was mucking around with my mixer yesterday, and I don't mean mixer.com, formerly known or soon to be known as facebook.com. I mean my actual hardware mixer. I was trying to mess around with it, and that's because there was some crackling in the playback of the audio earlier, and I wasn't sure what the fuck was going on there. So we're going to be going back to the tile set. Good one. What? What? We're going to go back to the tile set and try to figure out... I should probably start the chat app. Try to figure out if we can't finish the job here. I'm pretty sure we can. Just got a dirt cliff. So I started prepping the doodads. I actually did finish just the regular pieces of terrain before. And yeah, I was able to pretty much get all of that stuff done. So just have to start on this. And like I said earlier, it should be pretty easy, all things considered. Just gonna make the PSD over here. And then I guess I should be able to just copy and paste it from here. Are you talking about the regular code, Iquare? Like the regular code of Starcraft has it implemented in a way that it's just asinine? Because I guess I would believe that. Veek won't like it. Yeah, classic. Just got to do some boring tile setup here. All right. Sorry you're having so much difficulty with that. I didn't think it would be a difficult upgrade to implement, but I guess it's better to just cut our losses. And well, what do you think? Should we just skip it and we'll come back to it after the extenders and bug fixes, or should we do some quick workaround, some anti-Veek workaround? That's really funny that we now every time there's a hacky workaround, we're like, oh, don't show Veek, don't show him. Oh man. What's the problem with setting that to a variable exactly? Like, is there a... Would that cause issues with any implementation? I guess if, like, somehow before, like, in between setting the variable and reading it, the unit was given to another player or something? Would that be the only case? Like, is it unsafe code in any way? Or is it just that it's, like, poor coding ethics? Like, as long as there's no, I mean, you know me, I'm pretty agreeable when it comes to this sort of thing. As long as there's no performance issues, I'm fine with hacky solutions. We can save the better code for our own RTS. The fuck? Destroyed. Good news is, after I'm done with this, I will be able to work on the layout of, what's it called? TO1. Finally. Might be short-lived if I decide to just work on the fucking new game state document instead, but, you know. Just because I'll be able to work on it doesn't mean I will work on it. You know what I mean? Hopefully this means we'll have a better overall setup for these fucking doodads too that don't look like shit. So the earlier drafts definitely left some stuff to be desired here. Yeah. Yeah, true. Can't argue with that. 100% true. I can't believe that Reaper solution that they went for. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Jesus Christ. Thanks. With a fucking comma. I guess I could have copy and pasted the bottom border too, but it's fine. So I was thinking about the tech tree stuff, and I'm probably going to have to do some changes or make some changes to the observatory. I think I'm going to convert the observatory into a bit of a more involved utility structure that'll basically be like a tier 3 robotic structure. Because, you know, you got the Temple Archives, which is kind of tier 3 gateway structure, if you consider the Cybernetics Core tier 1, Citadel tier 2, Temple Archives tier 3. And then you got obviously the Fleet Beacon and Arbiter Tribunal together make up tiers like 2 and 3 or whatever for Stargates. And then your Robotic Support Bay is a clear tier 2 for Robo. But Observatory, especially in Hydra where it doesn't even unlock the Observer anymore, the Observer is just available by default. I think that's one of those cases where it becomes pretty obvious that you're dealing with some sort of structure that's kind of lost its meaning, lost its purpose. And I was thinking that I would probably make it the tech requirement for the robotics authority, and that it will work as like a upgrade structure for warp relays and for observers as well. So, oh wow, well that would definitely be nice. It would be nice to have that. Yeah, the observatory itself. That sounds more like a utility structure, which I'm not against. Like, the structure that I'm talking about now as a replacement for the observatory, I am conceptualizing it as a replacement, so it would not end up seeming at all like what the original structure was. Oh yeah, I feel like that looks way better than the hodgepodge shit that I put together. I don't know what that little divot is supposed to be over here, but I don't think it's too important to keep in mind or whatever. Nice. All right. Back at it again. Some really interesting comments keep coming through on those Starcraft LP videos, man. Some of them are pretty neat to engage with. Definitely making some people rethink their positions. And hey, even if they don't agree with me, I at least had them thinking. And we all know how important that is. Why are these so easy? I can't wait until we have the unit extender and we're able to just fucking... do so much more than we are currently able to do, to put it nicely. I'll finally be able to have like fraudulent map craps without overwriting everything else in Hydra. Like I want my map craps to have stuff that is like a while ago I did Crap Council. I think it was the third for season 3, episode 3, and there was like I think there was only one. There must have been 2 new units, but I don't remember what they were. I only remember one of them was the mechanized dragoon. Oops, one of them was the mech dragoon that was used by DF, and I want to be able to do more shit like that without, like while still in the Hydra game state. So just like something like as basic as that is really nice, I think. Just having a couple of new units that have some simple upgrades and abilities and shit that I can cobble together using GPTP or using A's or whatever. And obviously it's like a nice hint at what's to come as far as some other stuff is concerned. Like eventually we'll have more large-scale projects that make use of stuff like this. Like the unit extender. So I think that'll be neat. Dude, check that out, man. Didn't even have to do anything differently for the other guy. I guess I should look at it to make sure, but it's beautiful. Looks like I'm not gonna have to do anything differently down here either, man. Although this one is a little bit more annoying to work with on the top. It's got all these random irregular shapes. Oops. Yeah, if that sight range shit ends up being true and we can use larger sight range values, I'll definitely update the dock accordingly. Such a weird limitation that there was a sight range limit of 11. I don't even know what that actually corresponds to. Like, how many pixels is that? Is it 32 pixels, 64 pixels? Like, what would 11 times anything be? Anyway. All right, down we go. With this, the doodad suite will be complete. It'll just be ramps. I do have a lot of ramps to do, but hopefully they're not that difficult. Mostly just because I'm fucking a little burnt out about tiles. Just been struggling on through. Oh, cool. Thanks for trying to do it in a Veek-approved way earlier. I appreciate it. I know it's kind of sucks that it was dead end, but it's like a mixture of shitty A's and shitty Blizzard. Well, shitty Rust and shitty Blizzard, I guess. Oh, cool. I'll show it on stream in a sec. Oh shit. Take a look. Dude, imagine this, you just start to see this showing up. I mean, it's such a super small HP structure, so it's gonna be pretty cool. Yeah, hopefully, I'm not even sure if it's, like, why are, again, you get wrapped up in asking why, and you'll never finish anything because it'll take you ages to figure out how incompetent Blizzard actually is. But why did they code it that way? Like, why do they have like 8,000 hard code functions that are built specifically to, deal with shit like tanks and vultures, or tanks and Niduses and other hard-coded stuff. The weirdest thing is that's not even an AI function, because obviously AI doesn't even use them normally. But that function looked atrocious when I was trying to translate it. And obviously I didn't do a very good job of translating it. But it also, like, I spent enough time with it to know that it was a fucking dumb function. I really don't get the fascination Blizzard tends to have with hard coding a bunch of hacky solutions. And like, you know how we're dealing with that, and we're like, oh yeah, we really should try to not make this so hacky. Like, we're having that concern or whatever. That's us with our fucking scrap cobble reverse engineered shit, right? We're actually exercising more care when it comes to our own code than Blizzard did with their game. Like, what the fuck? This is crazy, man. All right. All right, doodads are done. Yeah, not even in their fucking updated game. Like, what the hell? They added a ton of stuff that was, like, meant for only player use. Yeah. Now these look much better than the older version. Now we just have to do it for the stuff up here. Oops. All right, so now my main fear here is that when we end up getting the multiple or whatever, like, you know how I'm planning on having a differently colored, differently visually distinct higher dirt tile. I'm pretty sure that when we get to that point, we are going to be in the shit as far as trying to replicate some of this stuff is concerned. Because the blends, I feel like, is the coloring anyway, of the blends are going to be a little bit more difficult. What if World Eater burrows with non-building units on top? Oh, what do you mean exactly? Like if they try to unburrow? They probably just won't be able to unburrow, or they'll look for like the nearest unburrowing section. But I think there will be some upgrades that will attenuate that. I definitely want there to be an upgrade where the World Eater ends up having some sort of like is going to have a melee attack by default, but there will be an upgrade for it that will also allow it to heal its segments as it eats. So like as it digs through terrain, but also as it as it's eating other units. So as long as it's burrowed, it's going to be healing like the from the neck, like the first segment all the way down to the last segment. They'll be healed in that order. I'm not sure if the head will also heal, but probably not to allow it to be focused down. I don't know. It depends. It's going to be a very expensive unit. It's going to be a very tanky unit. And obviously it's going to be expensive to maintain because you're going to be adding segments to it and shit. So there's a lot of, in both the literal and metaphorical sense, there are a lot of moving parts for this particular thing. So I want to be sure that I have a decent idea about what I want to do with it. At some point I'll just sit down and write it out, but just have not gotten around to it. And then you asked me something else, right? Decals for terrain. Yeah, that would be really nice. Being able to, I think with the sprite extender, not only the in-game limit extender, but also the image extender or sprite extender or whatever. If we can create like a new class that doesn't require a sprite stat entry, that might be useful. It just requires an images dot entry. But even if it does require a sprite stat entry, when we have the extenders for in-game and for other situations as well. Well, I guess the issue there is that the decals would need to be like you'd have to make sure that they show up in fog of war and stuff, you know, like if you're looking back at an area and it has some snow decals on it and you don't have active vision of it, it should still show the sprites. So I don't know if I guess there must be some things that are like that because there's doodad sprites, but I don't know if you place them without the terrain, like if they're not in the doodad layer, do those sprites still show up? There's probably some flag that's like show in fog of war or whatever that you can tick for those. So maybe that's actually not an issue. Because that would be really nice to be able to add more decoration with some ice and snow decals and whatnot. That'll definitely help out. Because if you remember, there was this idea that I had to make the Ruined Terrain project. Originally, I wanted it to be a bunch of sprites so that you could position corpses wherever. It would also save me the trouble of rendering the images in multiple, like a different image for each thing. You could do that for like all sorts of stuff. All sorts of terrain objects could be benefited from that method. For example, you could have stuff that would work in the way that the formation of, what's it called? Like, you know how there's those decals that are currently hard-coded to the tiles themselves for the crevices, so you could just put those anywhere. I think stuff like that would be, and they're showing up on any terrain. I mean, obviously, it wouldn't necessarily work or look very visually great, but being able to, there's probably some other stuff that we could do. Like I could probably pull together a couple of decals that would be like shading in various arrangements, and that shading could help with stuff like that, like brown shading or like shading of different hues. It'd probably still be a little weird and gimmicky and somewhat hard-coded, but I think it could definitely do the job. And in that sense, I think decals are a really good idea, but it needs to wait for extenders and then maybe some other things as well. So yeah, I think that's a smart idea that we should definitely explore. Yeah, the alpha itself might be a little rough. I mean, if they're not sprites, the issue is I don't know what to do about them. Not sure how I would handle them if they're not sprites. Like, I don't know how I would place them on the map or whatever. Oh, okay. Yeah. If you wanted to do something like that, I'd definitely be down for it. I didn't know you were talking about like adding MapQuest support and stuff. I was thinking more in the terms of what we have available to us right now. But yeah, that for sure makes sense. Aw, man. There we go. I just can't. One of the things that I've realized as I'm playing through Starcraft again is I really cannot get over how empty a lot of the maps end up feeling. Like, holy shit, man. Mm. Like, I feel kind of bad doing those editor reviews as well, because there's nothing for me to even analyze in those missions. Like, oh man, I've got to sit through another 5 minutes of me struggling to come up with something to say about the fucking layout. I guess the commentary has been okay though so far. Happy about how some of that stuff turned out. I'm also concerned about player extender, but come on, man. The idea of having a giant, like, 16v16 match. Isn't it just epic? I want 32 players. Or something insane like that. 64 players. I want 256 players. Holy moly. Just saying, man. Could work. Think of the fraud nights. Oh yeah, that reminds me actually. I was going to write a little note for Hydra's FAQ. I was also thinking I'm probably just going to be moving. I should move the FAQ to the main page probably. Yeah, sure. Game crap. Good idea, man. Metastasis is strong, but I don't remember anyone besides you using it. It's just that people are slow to adapt, man. There's so many changes that people are using a lot of the changes without even realizing it, like the the new Terran building sizes and stuff. Yeah, there was a fraud night where I used plague and metastasis on the Guardians. That was the most recent fraud night. Well, there was that one. I also had used it a few times on like Kian's mutas and stuff. It's pretty useful for a ground army to have some sort of crowd control when there's a huge number of men. Okay, so I moved the FAQ over there, and I added a little note that says, here's a few ways you can help. Yada, yada, yada. Yada, 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 yada. Something. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure I used this somewhere else as well. Oh. Thankfully, I can cheat with some of this stuff. I don't know if there was anything else that was... Oh yeah, I guess these down here. I can grab some. I think, yeah, there will be another behavior. It says TBD right now because I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. But rest assured, there will be something. Just a matter of time. So these are just like rough cuts that I'm throwing in real quick. I'm really looking forward to seeing some of the new stuff in action. Once games are actually lasting long enough for you to see shit like what's gonna be coming around. I mean, obviously, we're still a long ways off from even having graphics for a lot of this stuff. I've got to rip a lot of junk, but... I knew this one was going to take a little while. The birds are really flipping out in the background. You guys probably can't hear them, but it's pretty funny to hear them just like apropos of nothing, seemingly. They just start shrieking. Alright, I've got to do down here next. Jesus Christ. But hey, you know what? We're getting there. Only have a little bit more to go, honestly. After this, it's what? The asphalt ramps, and those are much easier. This one and the south-facing one were definitely going to be the most challenging. Though I always had difficulty actually getting a good blend going for this particular one. No idea why. It's like the transition needs to be so much more precise, yet also subtle. Precisely subtle. I don't know. I'm also predicting that some of this stuff is going to look a little different when the index hits. So when I start, when I lose all of the variety in colors and all that. But maybe it'll be fine. I hope it won't require too much more extra work. I think that's fine. Ramp's getting replaced eventually anyway, so. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, so we took care of those. Now for these. Check this out. Pretty sure DF used... I can't believe DF managed to make this with like a kit bash too on top of it all. No, I've just been working on this for now. But I can do a quick test after I'm done with this ramp before I finish the others, if you like. Yeah, peer review destruction, the idea that, you know, with your vessels, you can cast it over like water and stuff while the vessel's like in a safe spot, right? Yeah, that's true. Like that's one of those things where it's like, oh man, especially with the increased damage and the radiation and shit. As long as you can keep your vessel safe, like it has the potential to be really, really powerful once people find it. Okay, good there. Just need to do the little top bits now. Yeah, exactly. Just a couple scourge and you're good to go. Somebody just dropped their kit on their head. All right. All right, just a little bit more to go, but first, take a quick break. Silos are more expensive, but the missiles are much cheaper. They don't even cost supply. I still have a lot of that left. Makes your eyes water a bit, to be honest. Oh, I should probably throw the upgrade onto the evolution chamber. fusion. Oh, 1578. Is that plugged into upgrade ZXT already? 1570. Yeah, it looks like it. Just be modifying this slightly. Oh, I think 200 is fine, but the cost doesn't need to be that. The time cost doesn't need to be that big. All right, so we'll say requires. Eventually, it'll require maybe tier 4 or something. I might decide to move Nidus Canals to like requiring a queen's nest or something. Not sure. Depends when I implement Irolith birth and all that. Is there a D that's in use right now? T R Z E A C. All right, we can do D. D. So let's say 1124 and 1123. What upgrade is it? 74. Just copy this and scroll down to mutation pit. Paste as new. We'll just add hive. Okay, I'll close this. Do I already have this in the unit def? Idle? Yeah, okay. So in that case, we should just do evo utility check. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, never mind. Okay. What the fuck? How did I manage to do that one? Oh yeah. Let's see, but Beta Spire was hatchery tier and I just kind of layer tier structure. Oh, and we're going towards at least part of that. Yeah. So you talked about idle placement AI algorithm. Oh yeah, the artery is not actually implemented. Yeah, we gotta change it so that they don't die to stuff like that, in my opinion. For the AI algorithm, well, so once Metal transfusion is done, I should be able to plug in some information, I think. I mean, we're going to need extended upgrade jump, is the problem. Alright, so it still doesn't have the thing there, but it seems to work. Oh. Cool. So what I would like to be able to do is tell the AI to place them with attack waves. But why do Nidus Canals even need to spawn the second half on creep? Well, all buildings needed creep. It's an upgrade now that you can get specifically for Nidus Canals that will change that. Also, welcome. Why would you do this to me? No. No. Bad. No. Oh man, he did it in remastered too. Oh man. No. God damn it. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I guess the red dots are your units that are under attack or something. I was like, what the fuck? You modded Dominion? Yeah, that would have fucking destroyed me even more, I guess. Admitting to be owning cartooned SMH. How embarrassing. Alright, so we'll go ahead and... I don't know if the AI will even use the upgrade. Like, once they have it, will they even ever get to a point where they'll actually place that shit there? I don't know if the AI has some hard-coded check to, like a redundancy check to say, hey, don't ever put anything in the, like, off creep or whatever, you know what I mean? I don't know if the AI has something like that, which, while stupid, obviously wouldn't surprise me, given what we know about Blizzard. Let me just make sure that the strings are correct for that thing. So we got D for Nidus thing. Metal transfusion. Oh, the string doesn't need to be updated. And if I kill my hive... If you could hear the sound effects, man. Okay. Okay. Alright, just modify the res file real quick. I wonder why it's called res as its prefix. That's really weird. Oh, so if you watch the third video of my Starcraft LP, Iquare, there's a point in the editor review where I point out a base in the 4th map for the Zerg campaign, and I say, if I ever find out that any of my audience ever mines this base, if you ever mine this base, like I start fucking freaking out because of how bad the base is. And not only did Mutas Dozen mine the base, he fucking mined the base in a worse way. In a worse game, but also in a worse way. He didn't even put the hatchery on the high ground. He put it on the low ground and distance mined it. Like, that's some next level fucking... bad. Oh. All right then. Okay, so that version's up. I've decided against the new power psi field mechanics for Protoss. Yeah, the idea that like Protoss structures themselves would require more power. I think that's an interesting idea for another race, but it's as it stands right now, I think it's a little much. That'll probably be something I explore in the Frauds Club RTS. The Frauds Club version of a power mechanic where there's pylon power or something, like it'll actually have a discernible impact, and there'll undoubtedly be some element of that that's related to units and whatnot. Yeah, their AI never expands. All right, I'll minimize that. Close that. Thanks for implementing Nidal Transfusion. Appreciate it. All right. We're just a couple of clicks away here from finishing this off. So I want to go out with a bang as far as that's concerned. Oh yeah, I was asking you earlier there, Mutas doesn't. Are you interested in popping in for a fraud night later on in the week? I think it'll be tomorrow, like an hour earlier than right now. Figured I would extend the invitation. We're doing an early morning one. Usually those are Wednesdays, but this time it's had to be a day earlier. Oh, cool. We will be happy to have you. think this pretty much sums it all up here. I don't know if there's anything else that I need to do. Oh yeah, there is. I've got to do this one right here. But it's a very small update. Can you believe I'll actually be done with this shit? Now that's epic. I mean, I can't really say done. I probably will have to do some more masking for some other ramps in the future, but there's time for that yet. Ah! I couldn't believe how, when your friend fucking started yelling about, like, what was his name? Tyga? He just got yelled at the entire stream that I was there anyway. I don't know what was going on. That was pretty funny. Some marital discourse there. Oh, I don't want to look. Don't make me look. Yeah, I'm in the boat of doubting it as well. Like, where I think the game with the most potential that I have yet to play is probably one of the first two Age of Empires games, but haven't played them, so I don't know. The only other RTS games that I plan on running eventually are like Conquest, Frontier Wars, which Mesk told me I should check out, and Stronghold. And then there's like the Earth 21, well, the Empire Earth and Earth 2150, or 21XX, which I'm pretty sure are not actually connected, but those games as well. Stronghold's just like batshit crazy or whatever, and then I guess some of the Empire Earth stuff is similar. All right, we've done it, boys. Boom. Yeah, I played AoE 3 and it was pretty shit. Atrix is worse than Starcraft 2 trigger scripts. Oh no. God damn it. Dude, how do you even read this? Nice 5 APM, by the way. Yeah, it's 10 minutes, dude. Not 3. Holy shit, dude. I honestly can't believe I'm actually done. The fuck? I'm done with the conversions here. Pretty nice. Pretty nice, nice one. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and commit these as they are. So we'll go ahead and 2048, diffuse 50, and load the badlands. Oh no, we want jungle. Let's see. 512. Looks like most of the changes happened in the caves over here. But nothing too destructive, which is nice. I'll go ahead and say BMP, dirtcliff doodads, and then we will close that. Edge. Eight, 12. Looks like most of this stuff was changed in the upper part as well. So that's done. We'll say dirtcliff. And I think we should save this anyway. Okay. And oh, I already did that one. That's fine. Work with ramps. Alright, so we'll say 2048. Same thing as before. Oh yeah, and I wanted to see this. Because there was some crazy shit when I extracted these earlier, and they were like... there was just a bunch of black tiles, or black pixels, like pure black pixels. And you don't want those in your tile sets because that's the transparency index. So I wanted to make sure we didn't have any of that. Okay, dirtcliff ramps. Okay. Okay, so I think we're good now. Oh. I guess we'll call this edge. And now we get to have the fun part of adding this stuff to the tile set. And by fun, I mean everybody's going to hate me because I'm once again removing shit. Or moving shit, as it were. So I think I'm just going to go ahead all the way down to the bottom and slap this shit at the bottom. And then I'll go through and I'll nullify all the others. Then we're doing cliff. Then doodad. Oh, before we do doodads, we need... Let's just do cliff. Right? And then we can import Hdirt center, and then we can import doodads and ramps. I guess I should have put the terrain tile at the beginning, but it's fine. I know. Like, why don't they use them? It's so dumb. I mean, we know why. We know what the answer is. It's a conspiracy from Blizzard. Yeah, I think I was told that. Anyway, I don't know. I obviously haven't played the stuff myself, so. All right. I hope we'll have multi-select soon, multi-select, copy, paste, and all that. Though I really honestly can't complain about anything with regards to this stuff. Yeah, it used to be so much worse. It used to be so much worse. I mean, I know you still can hope for better things, or wish for better things, or request better things, but come the fuck on, man. It used to be so much worse. What's up, Veek? Oh, speaking of which, the man who made it so much better. I'll just update Kakadu port, and I don't mind doing the updates to any map that wants to use those tiles and still like be used or whatever, you know. I'll take that responsibility. Just like when I finish adding the terrain over here, I'm gonna go through all of the maps and make sure that there are no terrain blocks or any issues as a result of it. Because, I mean, people made this shit kind of knowing that it was still a ways off in terms of implementation or completion or whatever, but that shouldn't mean that they just get destroyed. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's only a few roofs, and I think the final version of the terrain tiles will also be different anyway. Oh, yeah, it was Kian's map, I think you're thinking of. Although I don't think the player started on roofs. But yeah. So the thing is, like, it's got to be very different. There's going to be a very specific tile that acts as a barrier for fly. Like, really, we should probably try to paint this sort of pathfinding anyway. But my idea was that there'd be this barrier, and then once you're inside, you can fly over some walls, and you can not fly over others. You know what I mean? Like, you could probably fly over substructure walls and the doors and stuff. But I think, yeah, it probably should be that roof. Like, you can only go up the ramps of roofs, even as air units. You know. So it's definitely going to take some getting used to, that's for sure. But, you know, we'll figure something out. So far, it's going pretty well. I finished the terrain earlier, and now I'm actually implementing it into the game, which obviously takes a bit more work. So that's what we're doing now. Though the auto painter really fucking saved my ass. And by saved my ass, I mean it saved me a lot of time. That one was fucking epic. Definitely feeling the gratitude. Oh, yeah, I guess I should be. I don't think there are any units in the game that can squeeze into 2-tile holes like that, so it would probably be better to just seal them all off. Oh, wait. Okay, that's good. This is good. Yeah, that's fine. What are these dots? Red is pathable, or sorry, red is unpathable, green is pathable. So if it's green, units can walk there. Most units need like 3 or 4 dots minimum, and some units obviously need much more, depending on their sizes. I think we'll just go ahead and say that these are all unpathable. Well, and yeah, I mean, once you start to conceptualize your story as like, well, once you start to conceptualize mission concepts, environments, and all this other stuff as tools to tell a story, it unlocks a lot of potential that you may not have previously realized in your work. And that's a big deal. I don't know what specifically you took a look at so far, but feel free to start a conversation on the Discord server or whatever. I've been putting off the video idea for a long time now, but I've had an idea for a while to talk about visual, well, not visual, but like conceptualizing gameplay itself as a storytelling tool. And it seems like a really important concept, but I just haven't made time for development of that sort of thing. See, look how fucking easy that was, man. Holy moly. And yeah, as far as the other stuff that has gone on lately, Iquare was able to put together Nidal Transfusion, which is pretty epic. There was an attempt made to make it less hacky, but unfortunately the nature of some of the plugins didn't quite work out that way. All right, we're good there. I don't know why Blizzard made it so that you could like barely ever walk up to some of these objects. There's not a huge gameplay. I wouldn't even say concern. Like there's no issue with it, so I don't know why they did it that way. I don't know what's wrong with Folka, man. He really wants to play T10 for some reason. What a guy. Okay, I think we're good with height. Or sorry, with pathfinding. Now with height, it's a different story. Can't use the good old tricks of yore anymore. Okay. I feel like we can probably push it out one more set. Oh, I guess we already did by accident. You're probably correct about that, yeah. Well, good luck me trying to fucking replicate this one later. I wish click dragging would, like, if I click drag and then hit move right, it would just automatically apply that there. Wait, what? Yeah, that's where I missed it. Alright, cool. Okay, I think we're good. Boom. That's done too. Hell yeah, brother. Just 3 more to go. 3 more sets, I should say. And I've got to actually place all these SMH. Of course it's 3, dude. What did you expect? A number other than 3? Sorry to disappoint, but I think maybe you had the wrong expectation. So anyway, I take it by your screenshots of your exploits there, you've actually watched the playthrough, the 3rd video or whatever. How you liking it? How's it going for you? Any comments you'd like to make known? Fuck. Oh, okay. Gotcha. We're good there. Yeah, I think a lot of people are wearing their nostalgia goggles, generally speaking. But nothing really wrong with that with a game as old as a Brood War actually is. Oh, I mean, it's not that there's nothing wrong with it as much as it is just that there's, like, that's what you would expect, right? So I think there's some value with the yeah, there's that. I mean, that's just like me looking in the triggers for really the first time for those maps, or first time in like a long time. But shit like that is really just baffling, like how they ever thought it was gonna work out. All right, let's do it this way. Yeah, second Zerg mission. You just, hey, by the way, just do with my minions as you will, Sarah. Oh, you're already done? Okay, never mind. I won't finish my dialogue. What the fuck is going on here, man? How is it that this looks so fucking different? Oh, I guess it's not really that different. Well, I don't get the idea of placing enemies on the map if you're not even going to make those enemies like impactful. And that's what they do with all of the maps. So like all of the AI and all of the maps are just there to occupy your time, you know? Instead of taking the fight to you. Okay. The fuck? Oh, I guess that is right. It's yeah, dude. I mean, I guess it's impressive he has time to care about one gal. I mean, he literally just ends up not dying because of Kerrigan, but might as well be at that point. You know what I mean? Like she's pretty much a non-factor in. I mean, she's just vacant. She's absent completely from the battle that kills him. It's pretty nuts. Yeah. I mean, that's a believable story, right? What's wrong with that? Yeah, I don't know where they like what their lore actually says. I mean, after I'm done with the entire campaign, I'm probably gonna do a once over of the manual because it's really funny to me how much shit gets contradicted in that, and we'll see what that turns up. Maybe there's some information there. Oh yeah, I think I did that myself too. I actually had like the Prima official strategy guide for Starcraft, and at some point I showed my science teacher in 6th grade. I was like, "Look at this! This is from my favorite game." She was like, "Cybernetics core? They're just making that up." That's the funniest thing. I was like, I guess. It's like I didn't know what the fuck that even meant. So. Because I had like a printout of the units in the game and stuff. So I was introducing her to Starcraft's tech tree. So I guess really my science teacher called it. That Blizzard was just making shit up. Huh? Asphalt ramps are not symmetrically painted with walkability on the bottom. Huh? Which ones? I've got 2 asphalt ramps in front of me here, so. I guess you meant that. Yeah, the previous official strategy guy was like, it had some advertisement in the back. It's like, check out our multiplayer guide for StarCraft. And I guarantee, or maybe there was already a multiplayer section in there. I just remember it being hilariously, like, terrible. Alright, that's a bit better. Okay. Oh yeah. So I should fix that too. Okay, I think everything is good. Maybe. Now it's time to No, wait, I haven't actually destroyed everything yet. Hold on. Alright, before I destroy everything, I should just import the latest stuff to the tile set. Right? And then I should open up, for example, turn on 1. Ah! Wait, what? Oh. Never mind. Okay. Open up Terra 1. And I should grab, all the way at the bottom, slowly adding multi-selection of pie tile. Nice. Should probably add those buttons for removing mega tiles and mini tiles to the main window so I don't have to go hunting for them in random UI options. They're like super obscure right now. I also wish there was a find and replace tool inside SEM Draft. That would be awesome. Oh, okay, I see. In that case, don't mind me at all. Why isn't there a find and replace tile tool? Come on, SI. Fuck up, no nuts. It's my favorite British saying, by the way. It might be buck up, but I think fuck up is funnier. Fuck up, no nuts. Oh, I'm glad that that bug was there this entire time. And well, it's not really. Bug is the wrong word, probably, but glad that was there this entire time. Oh. It's gonna take a while, man. But it must be done. But hey, we actually have a complete cliff suite now. Like, I didn't realize that we didn't have a complete cliff suite this entire time, but we actually have one now. So that's cool. Nice. After this, I need to do a pass of all of the inner tiles, and then this map will be good, and I'll have to go and check. The first Protoss mission is going to be a pain in the ass because there's so much of it is set up this way. I honestly don't mind the more defined outline over here, so I might end up bringing that back. The outline on this is definitely more obvious, but I might be able to smooth it out to make it a little bit more pleasing to the eye. Eye master. I think I got everything. I don't know if I got this one though. I think I may have skipped this. Yeah. Almost certainly. Well, in theory, that's all. first map is safe. Oh yeah, I gotta do the interior. Fuck. I'll tackle that in a bit. Z01 up next. I am gonna have to re-import all this stuff for full height level later on. Who made all those cairns? What are cairns? Man-made pile of stone. Oh. A good question. They're just Blizzard doodads, so I guess Blizzard made them. I simply scattered them to the winds. What arsons? You talking about Ahmed? Hey man, Ahmed's a cool guy, okay? I don't want to hear any shit. Oops. ASMR, dude. It's time for me to reveal my talents as an ASMR artist. Jesus Christ, I can't even say that with a straight face. Just start fucking dying of laughter. Yeah, ASMR autism. It might be a real condition, honestly. Oops. Gave him the wrong one. Oh yeah, I've got to make all of these tiles unbuildable as well. Imagine them. AI just starts building everywhere on the cliffs. Fuck it, man. And I don't think there's really anything else on this map. This is much easier. And buildable. I wish you could just set a default flag or something when importing. It's like, make all these tiles unbuildable. I feel like that's way better. But I guess it won't matter as much when we have group select anyway. We'll just be able to grab everything. Yeah, so there's like stacked cliffs together. If this might have been what you were talking about. It is a very basic idea, and it's really helps give the illusion of like a mountaintop or something. But of course, yeah, Blizzard didn't bother. Make sure I got everything here. That buildable flag is really nice. I'm really glad that that exists, because even though I didn't make any mistakes that time, I could have. Stands to reason. So I actually can't replace the stuff that's even higher up like this, and I don't actually have versions of these stacked cliffs yet. I haven't made a PSD file for that. And since I just fucking did all this work, I'm going to hold off on a sec before I continue that. But the idea of like stacked cliffs that are like nested on top of each other, I think is like, you know, something like this. This is in the back of the Daggeth's base area in the first Hydra map. And I think it works out really well. But you know. Leave it to me, man. What was it you were telling me to fix brood? Just fix brood. Yeah, it's basically that's what I'm doing. Or trying to do. Oh. I actually can't modify any of this because I just realized this is already on the higher ground. Yeah, that's sad realization, huh? Here we go. Had to hit the bottom ones. Shading is much more accurate. I don't think oh yeah, of course. Sponge down here. So I basically just have to like re-import all of these files that I already have. I've just got to re-import them and then apply all of the same flags, like walking, whether or not it's pathable, what the height level is, and then I just got to overwrite the height with the highest level, and then, well, visually the same tiles, but obviously they'll work for the same height level. Whereas if I were to put these here, like the ones that I'm currently painting, if I were to put them up here on top of this base, visually they would look fine. But if you actually walked up this ramp, you would go from high ground, which is up here, to medium ground, and then back up to high ground. So obviously we can't have that. It's not functioning for our gameplay needs. So will be taken care of eventually. But until then, here we are. Oh, cool. So that's stuff like buildability and whatnot. Good work. Thanks for doing that. Much appreciated. That's funny. Fucked that one up, apparently. Ah! Just realized I wasn't actually using these inner corners, so gotta go ahead and slap them in real quick. Oh, I guess I wasn't using them because they weren't needed up until now. Apparently. Holy shit. Better save before CM Drift crashes because I selected some tiles. has happened before. On the bright side, this is where most of it is concentrated, and I think I already did all of the stuff on the left, so after I'm done with this little piece here, should be able to hop right into the lower part and smack it around a little bit. Honestly, I think just correcting the layer mask definitely helps the readability of this stuff. It does feel a little bit more distinct, I think. All right, thanks for scrolling me. There's a bunch on the bottom, but I think that's it. Oh, there's a little bit over there. I got that already. All right. So, why'd you decide to work on some PyTile today, or PyMS in general today? Any reason in particular, or? I guess that's fine the way it is. Aha. Ye old discipline trick. Yeah. Well, I commend you for conquering resistance today, as far as that's concerned. I also had to conquer resistance just to get this fucking terrain done. All right, I think I got everything. So I am gonna... I probably still have to go into the mega tile view for this. Grabbing flags. Oh, at least it didn't crash. Hey, was the issue really something to do with the size of the window? That was crashing it? It's really crazy if that's the case. Okay, so dirtcliff. High. And then I need... yeah, just do this. Hey. Oops, not the graphics. Okay. All right, so we're doing edge, doodad, ramp, import. And then we're going to go ahead and select this. Import. Oh, looks like I found a problem. I guess I could have omitted these. I'm not sure if I should, because I guess I'll leave them, because they might visually change, and they're also just for organizational purposes. It makes sense to have them there. Okay, it's a good thing I saw that. So I'll just go ahead and grab this again, just so that I have the right shit. And I think we can just Alt F4 out of this program, add the latest tileset files back in, and then finish what we started with the cleanup of the maps. And then I guess after that, I'll have to make the brush file. All right, so here we are. Now, there's really not that many things for this. Oh, I guess another tile set oriented thing that I have to do though is related to I have to take care of the stacking, like the cliffs that look like they're stacking on top of each other. I've got to make a PSD file out of that, or for that in particular. In theory, it won't be that big of a deal. It'll just be like a copy, modified copy of the, like it's like this stuff over here. It'll be a modified copy of some other junk. You can probably tell if you look really closely, but these are not actually blended properly at all. So at some point there will be some changes made to improve that. I just certainly have not gotten around to it just yet. And that's mostly because it's like a fairly niche thing. It's not used very often. And, well, it's a lot easier for me to want to do that now that most of everything else is taken care of. That's one thing I've realized is I'm definitely... It's easier to get motivated, for me anyway. Easier for me to get motivated to do something if I've already done a lot of work on it and it's like near completion in that sense. Like, oh, just a little bit towards the finish line. I am just a little burnt out with tiles now because I thought I was pretty close to the finish line already for a while, and clearly I was still a ways away, as I would go on to find out. So that's mostly just my own... like, I didn't really do a lot of risk assessment or discovery or anything like that leading up to this point. So, of course, I was somewhat taken aback by how things worked out. Oops. Okay. That all being said, we are getting there. Oops. I fucked it up again. The original set of these that is currently in use in this map is also really limited, so I'm glad that I'm no longer going to be held to that limiting number of tiles and blends and combos. I'll definitely have to make a very, like, for lack of a better term, a very robust set that has a bunch of different options. It is the only way. Okay. Did I already do this one? Looks like it. Can't believe we're just about done here. What's up, SC Spider? Hey man, how's it going? Are these changes for the SCM draft or a custom mod outside of the editor? Would anyone be able to play on this kind of map on BNet, or they need custom files? 100% need custom files, my man. Not only do you need custom files, you need a whole new installation of Starcraft, assuming you don't already have 1.16.1 downloaded. You want some more info? You type !Hydra in the chat. You'll be linked to a website that will also link you to a bunch of other websites that will tell you exactly what you need to know, if you're interested. But yeah, it's not a playable there. We do have our own multiplayer setup for doing that sort of thing, so you could still play it online with your friends. It's just that you'd all have to have the same files. No way to just spread that stuff through Battle.net. Way too big anyway. The files are like, it's like 90 megabytes or something, which doesn't sound like a lot by modern standards, but it's a lot to transfer over Battle.net. But even if you don't decide to hop in and play, I hope you at least enjoy the assembly of it as I start adding on a bunch of junk to this map. And thanks for checking me out on Instagram, dude. On Instagram. It's an inside joke. I gotta stop saying that to people because they'll actually think I have an Instagram. Okay, I think that's it. I think that was the last one that was like stacked up another level. I think I got everything else. Types of changes would bring in a lot of fresh ideas to the map making in the competitive scene. Yeah, dude, 100%. And you want to know what is I have the same exact thought, and I started making melee maps. Like this is a melee map that I made recently that has like it's a 1v1 map, and it's built around like temple, and you have the swamp water stuff which you can path through and walk around. So like there's interactive water there. You've got like, I'm not claiming it's a great map on a structural level, but you know, you've got actual north-facing ramps that don't look like Blizzard shat them out in a weekend, and you know, you've got a bunch of other stuff like that. So you know, it's a symmetrical layout. It's probably not very great on a functional basis, but visually and obviously constructionally speaking, when you have ramps that are balanced, it's a lot easier to make melee maps that actually have balanced layouts when you have ramps like these that are actually balanced, you know what I mean? So it's just one of those situations where it's very unfortunate. Like this is another map I put together recently that has a coastal asphalt, you know, stuff like that, that I obviously ported all of the installation tiles into Badlands and merged them with asphalt and stuff. Like being able to do all this stuff and have junk like this, like, makes for interesting looking layouts and also gives you a lot of stuff there too. So it's just unfortunate that, like you said, it's a mod only situation, right? But Blizzard has shown that they're not very interested in supporting anything like that. Well, feast your eyes, Folka. I'm actually about to destroy PO1. By that, I mean I'm going to destroy a bunch of other shit, too, so it's not really that big of a deal. But I was just plugging in the new tiles for the higher ground stuff. Now I've got to go find where I left the tiles originally. Here we go. Get rid of these. Revise the tile set. We'll be looking good. I gotta make that brush file too, and that'll be the last thing I do for terrain stuff. Gotta get ready to record my next StarCraft Let's Play video next. Soon after. Okay, so this is all the cliff stack stuff. I'm not going to get rid of this just yet because we might need them. I'm not making a new set yet. That's the main reason why. So I think that's everything that we need. Okay. One thing that really gets me about the whole melee map making thing is the idea that people had to use those really shitty, dysfunctional backwards ramps, the north-facing ramps, in melee maps that basically could have decided people's careers if they had the mischance thing. Like the fact that there's RNG in the game already, what the fuck? But on top of that, you've got these ramps that they just they don't even like, they have the wrong height levels associated with them. Also, if you ever look into the tileset files or just look into the trivia about this, Blizzard themselves have the wrong height flags on their own Ice World ramps for like some of their Ice World stuff. If you use ramps to high asphalt, or sorry, high outpost, whatever their structure type thing is there, the ramps to that, which I'm not sure where if they were ever used in competitive, but they're wrong. So you could actually go up that ramp and lose height advantage. So like shit like that potentially deciding people's careers because of Blizzard's incompetence and because nobody bothered to try to improve the tile sets themselves is nuts to me. I really can't believe that that's real. Okay, so I have to get rid of those mega tiles. Those mini tiles. Cool. You can't make this shit up. People using audio converters, SMH. Okay. All right, so this is done. Yes, save my changes, bro. It is time to repair the tiles set, or repair the maps in particular. Make those things, and I'm gonna have to go repair everybody else's maps too. Don't panic. I'm a professional. I will handle this. Oh, I guess I didn't ever replace any of those. But yeah, there was no way I was going to be able to figure out which tiles were which in this regard. So I said, fuck it. Hey. Deleting my units. In the invisible fucking unit layer, too. What a guy. The nerve of some people. I still can't believe there's no like fill option. There's no hold shift to draw a straight line option. Like what the fuck? Why SEM draft? Why? Ha! Copy pasted the wrong tile. Does the SEM drift even have a way to contribute to it? No, it is not open source, and I don't know that it ever will be. We basically have to make our own map editor if we want to have some sort of feature control system, which we do want that. We want to be able to add stuff to it. Like, every single time I complain about a feature at this point, like I would be happy to learn the code base and improve myself as a programmer to the point where I can actually contribute to a project like that. And it would make a lot of sense because SEM Draft itself as a tool is actually pretty well, like it's going to take a lot of work to make a better tool than SEM Draft, right? Like it just takes a lot of work to do that because SEM Draft has been around for so long. It's benefited from so many updates and user feedback and stuff like that. But there's just no opportunity, you know what I mean? Like no opportunity to actually contribute in that sense, which is a damn shame because I would love to help, and I've got plenty of other people who would be down to just walk in and start working on stuff too. But alas, 'twas not to be, apparently. But like he's been hounded. The guy who made it at Suicidal Insanity is his screen name, and he's been hounded by people who constantly to get his shit open source, and it just doesn't seem like it's something he's interested in. Now, I don't know if behind the scenes there's like, oh, he's got Blizzard hardcode in there or something, source code in his source, and that's why he can't. Like it's an NDA type thing. I wouldn't really be surprised if that were the case. It's not the strangest thing that might have happened, but it's unfortunate no matter what, basically. Like that whatever has stopped him from releasing the source code has, you know, been a problem for this long for our ability to update it. I mean, I don't even care about the remastered source code at this point. Like, I have no interest in continuing to work with that. So, what the fuck did I just do? I don't think that's the right one. Oh, whatever. Leave it as it is for now. All right, got all that. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Ah, tiny piece. Get out of here, dude. I have you now. All right. PO1 is ready for action. Again. Even though it's still shit. This doesn't really change anything. I guess it changes a little bit of balance because I expanded some ramps here and there. I should double check the pathfinding and all that. Maybe I'll make some tweaks to the height or anything in that vein. It's particularly an issue when it comes to stuff like implementing these modding or modded tile sets and stuff. You got to do so much painting by hand, which is what you saw me doing earlier. It's not all fun and games. Oh, fuck! That is a fucking crow. Hey, thanks for the follow, bro. Did I make the ramp tiles myself? Oh, feel free to ask questions, man. So all these ramp tiles for the south-facing ramps, I put together with the exception of there's so I didn't even show this on stream in the editor. This is the jungle tile set. It seems like you've messed with the editor enough. You're familiar with it. You even knew what it was. Most people just assume I'm using some updated star edit or something if they don't know what's... So you presumably have made maps or at least dabbled in it enough. So this is actually the jungle tile set, but I've ported asphalt into it as well as structure and grass with mud and stuff like that. So there's like entire new tile types and don't mind the frogs. Entire new tile types, all sorts of junk. Doodads ported everywhere else. So that's been my pet project for a while as far as tile sets go, is porting a lot of stuff. It's just going into Photoshop and masking out the tiles that I don't want to be there, like dirt or the high dirt or whatever, and getting it ready. So we're actually eventually going to have a visibly different, a visually distinct higher dirt tile so that you can tell what height level you're at. Because right now it is pretty difficult to tell the difference. It's like, oh, am I on medium ground or low ground, or rather medium ground or high ground, and so on and so forth. The game is still limited to 3 height levels, unfortunately. But that's something that we did recently. So the reason why I brought up the asphalt ramp is because I didn't make this asphalt ramp. An art guy named Darkened Fantasies made all of the north-facing ramps and the asphalt ramp. So he's the man. He's been making ramps for me for a while. He also made like the north-facing temple ramp and stuff. A lot of his stuff is like, even he would call it placeholder because he intends to make new versions of it, like the dirt ramp and the temple ramp. He's going to make new versions for in the future. The most recent one that he put together was one for space platform. It was the high platform ramp done in a north-facing manner. So I did all of the south-facing ones with the exception of the asphalt ramp and some of the extended ramps where we have extensions for them so that they can tile an indefinite amount of tiles or length of the ramp. Some of the extensions were done by him as well. I did most of the adaptations, like taking installation tiles and putting them into the Badlands tile set. So I did most of the work there as far as that's concerned. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. So, basically what we got. Oh, I can't stop thinking about the frogs, yeah. And there's like a bit of an outline around them now, so they look a little bit more readably distinct when you're just seeing them as cliffs. But it still is most likely difficult to get used to where what you're looking at in any given point, I think. Okay. Probably should have placed it somewhere where I had a bit more of an idea of where it was. Like, as you can see, we don't even have the option to like select terrain and make it be treated like doodads where terrain doesn't interfere with it. Like, I want to be able to just select a piece of terrain and then right click and hit something that's like lock selection or something so that it doesn't do that. But of course, don't have that option. SMH. Oh yeah, I never did the apparently I missed one of those. I never did the stacked cliffs over here. The cliff stacking thing to me really confuses me. I don't like they actually had that as a feature in the beta and they cut it. So like what? Like what? Why? I don't get it. Oh, I guess this is this. These are imperfectly blended. I'll end up making some fixes to that later. I should have done this in the before fixing the or removing those tiles. I really should have just popped in here and replaced them. I forgot that these even existed in this map. At least we can hide the units now. Couldn't even do that for a while. Okay. See if I know my stuff. Oh yeah, this is actually super easy. It's like, test how mentally ill you are. Test how many hours you've spent working on maps. Like, why the fuck do I know? Oh wait, that's wrong level. Exactly what tile corresponds to what tile. Wait, how did I even accomplish that with that blend? Oh, it was probably, I think I know what it was. It was probably something like this, maybe? I'll just do this one. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Whoops. I don't know how that one happened. I guess there was some random height shit that I fucked up a while ago. Okay, I think we're good here. I don't see any other issues. Boom. And StarCraft 1 beta? Yeah. StarCraft 1 beta was a feature. Or StarCraft 1 beta was a feature. Here, I'll show you what I mean. Because I was just looking at this the other day. If we go to Starcraft. Oops, I just downloaded Japanese beta, by the way. Get out of here, dude. So if we go back far enough. I think it was even later than this. There were some dirt. Yeah, it was like with this, there was just an arbitrary amount of cliffs at some point. Yeah, so here you can see they have more dirt stuff here. Now it's obviously hard to see because the dirt that we see in the background is the same color as the medium ground and the high ground. But they had this as a feature in the beta, and presumably, I mean, unless these are like all screenshots that were just photoshopped in, because they did that with the back of the box, for example, they would just Photoshop in everything to make it picture perfect for the box art. Maybe that was the case here for these were supposed to be mock-ups. It looks like it reasonably in-game, like it looks like an in-game screenshot. So I don't really look at that and think that it's crazy, but I am wondering why there appears to be an interceptor flying from a dropship. But yeah, so they had the ability to do that in the like a very early build, right? And then they just decided, fuck it. Their early cliffs were a little rough, man. So yeah, I'm not really sure why they decided to bail on it, but nice green thrusters on the scouts. Post that link in here. What, to the screenshot archive? If you just go to here, I'll send it to you in. Oh, I was showing off. There's like a beta screenshot over here that has arbitrary numbers of cliffs, it seems, or at least 2 different layers of cliffs. And the fact that it was part of the beta means that this was a feature that they just cut. So it seems really weird. Need something to laugh at later. Yeah, well, there's plenty of shit on this site that you could probably take a look at there. All right, so for the campaign missions that I've got so far, I just need to edit the first map. And then I have the unenviable task of I've got to go through all of the melee maps that have been made and fix them all up. I think only Balathal's latest one actually used stacked cliffs, but I might be wrong about that. All right, that was super easy. Favorite programming language and IDE. I use Visual Studio Code when I'm forced to, at gunpoint, to use Rust. It's a pretty shit programming language and definitely does not even support what you need for games. I use Notepad++ for writing AI script. I don't know if that's my favorite, but it's the one that I'm definitely most comfortable with and most accomplished with, we'll say. It's obviously not even a real programming language, though. And then I also use Notepad++ for assembly, but I should probably find something better for that. And then C++, I use Visual Studio 2019. I liked 2012 better, but... or was it 2010? I think I used Visual Studio 2010 for a while. I like that one better. It was much more performant. and 2019 just changed a bunch of settings, sometimes without changing the names of those settings, and obviously made it much laggier. But there's probably been some other improvements. I just don't I don't use that program enough to really know. I have to use 2019 specifically to compile a certain plugin that we have. Otherwise, it just causes random crashes in the game. So it's not really by choice that I'm using it, but yeah, if you want to send it, or did you commit it? Not yet. Now, group select, multi-select is just for group flags, right? It's not for anything else? Or is it also for, like, if I wanted to select a bunch of shit and then Control-Shift-N it to nullify it, would that work too? As well as, like, Control-Shift-G for generating height based on pathfinding and some of the other features that we have there? Oh, yeah. Hell Creek. Destroyed. Oh, okay. Cool. But I can't multi-select like individual tiles yet, right? That's not quite in yet, as I understand. No, he's on the YouTube chat. You can see it on the stream and not in Twitch chat itself. So I'm streaming in multiple directories. Balathal, you goofball. You busted it, dude. You had broken tiles over here. What a goober. I guess he did that. I'm actually not sure why he did that, but he did it. So I guess I'll do it too. Just for him. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Committed to the asylum. All right. I'll go ahead and just do a quick outline of this. And then I'll pretty it up after. It's all the same gameplay effects, so. I should probably take a look at the all right. Okay, so he had that. Yeah, that's what I figured it was. Oh, you know what? I'll be a gentleman, and I'll actually try to replace them in the same exact order that they were before. I forget how to... There we go. All these guys are my enemies, so I'll get gangbanged at some point. Oops. Destroyed. See how much of a nice guy I am? So basically other people will come in and use the extended tile sets that I'm providing and make melee maps or their own unique missions or whatever. And oh, yeah, that reminds me, there's definitely some examples of shall we say oh, there's more examples of stuff like this where there's tiles that I'm going to need to fix. And they are almost certainly going to be a bit more annoying. But I suppose we'll wait and see how it goes. Alright, so over here we have... Uh-oh. I found an issue. Yeah, maybe I found out why his tiles were fucked. It's all good. All good in the hood, homie. Gonna have to move your doodad, though. He didn't make the mistake over here, which probably would have actually saved him. Yeah, I know, but base is under attack, you big baby. You guys can't hear the game audio, but I can. And it's telling me I'm getting annihilated by Marines. Alright, so now we know how we got here. And we can do this. Okay. Dude, I'm in. Oh, I disabled cheats in Hydra, so good luck, man. The good luck, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's how I feel sometimes, man. Ah, that is why. Okay. All right, we're lined up now. Actually, we're not lined up now. I have no idea what happened over here. Whatever it was. It was no good. Let's take it from the top here, man. It is really easy to fuck those tiles up, though, considering... Okay. Now that we know what's going on... Just quickly make my own set over here. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I need one more. Okay. And then again. All right, we're good here. Just about. I need one more. Hey, thanks. Much appreciated. I will pull it in a moment. Took a little bit longer than I initially expected to repair Balathal's map here. Boom. Check me out, dude. It's a good thing I fucking looked at this. Holy moly. Okay. So his map is fixed. I don't know about the rest. Did he use any on here? No. Okay. Did he use any on here? No. Okay. Neither of those are there. Nothing here. Nothing here. Ah, there were some over here. It's alright. I can just slap this over here. I really wish he would hurry up and implement the feature where you just you don't have to deselect the null tiles and undo your copy paste. Yeah, maybe that would make Goliath drops viable, dude. It's kind of weird to name something Goliath and then have it be tiny, though, don't you think? Like, what the fuck was going on there? Am I going to use the same voice acting in StarCraft like for the briefing? I've actually already done some recording tests of having different of like emulating different characters, and so far I think the one that I was the most successful at emulating was probably Zaz. But I'm also planning on doing like Tassadar and Phoenix and a few others, just the ones that I can do to a reasonable degree. The Overmind ones where I'll be able to revoice some dialogue, but also most importantly, like I'm going to cut down on that how long the dialogue is, because for one, you should never have center views and pauses. It's so dumb. You never should break up the pace of an RTS. For another, you should never have a situation where the player is trying, like they're supposed to be engaged playing the game, which they will be in Hydra, unlike the default campaign. And then you go from that to, like, in addition to having to be engaged to play the campaign and you're like really trying hard to win, some assholes talking to you for like 10 years. You're like, I don't need this really long dialogue event. I can't even internalize. I can't even soak it in, right? So a lot of it is going to be cutting down the dialogue. A lot of it is going to be making it so that the actual dialogue events are much shorter than they are in the current state of things. So, yeah, there will be some reused dialogue for whoever I don't feel like that I'm capable of voice acting, or finding somebody else to do some sort of workable replacement for. It's not going to be exact. It doesn't have to be exact, but that's sort of the that's the intention for now, anyway. Alright, so that map is fixed. Don't think there are any others that need fixing. I checked mine already. I don't even have any high dirt in mine. Oh boy. So part of this is I removed the ramp that he used here. Yeah, there you go. That works. I don't even know what the fuck he used over here. Alright, anything else I need to be aware of? Doesn't look like it immediately. So I'll just go back to fixing these cliffs. Should do the same thing over here. Oops. Oh, wait, I just realized this is not actually the latest version of the map. At least, I don't think it is. Maybe it was? I don't know. There doesn't appear to be anything different over here, so... just to be sure, though, I'm going to go ahead and copy this over here, and then do the same thing as before. Instead of Rainer's Raiders, how about Rainer's Riders? Just a bunch of horsemen. Or motorcyclemen, I guess. Oh my god, why does that happen? Yikes. I'm hoping to get some more music for the game, too. Which I know seems a little odd to attempt to implement. But, you know. Dude, I don't know what he did here. Definitely does not seem to match up. We had a pretty neat track, concept track made by Bailiff a while ago. It was actually supposed to be like a test to see if he could replicate the feel of regular Zerg music, because I was going to have him do some music for Inconsummate. And I thought it worked out really well. I thought it came out well. So I'm confident that given enough time, he'll be able to make some really good tracks for at least Zerg, probably for the other races as well. Oh yeah, I definitely don't have the same version that I'm looking at right now. What the fuck? And I don't know how I don't have that, but... Did I fuck something up somehow? It looks like I did. I was the fuck up. But I don't... I'm not even sure how that's feasible. Maybe I missed... Oh yeah, that's what happened. I missed a line over here. It's okay, I can fix it easy. This is definitely the most painful process of this whole thing. Trying to figure out what the fuck to do about replacing this stuff. Is it any surprise? Alright. Oh, man. Oh, even worse. Not only did I miss a cliff, but these are all the wrong height level. Crank. It's just aesthetic, but it's also, these are going to stay here graphically, but the tiles will remain the same when I slot in the actual visually different graphics. Height is basically, there's 3 height levels in the game, so you cannot have infinite without, we're going to hopefully extend that at some point, but I have no idea what the nature of that beast will look like. There's low, medium, and high. That's the terms that we've used anyway in all the modding tools and whatnot. And basically, if a unit has height advantage, it's not something that stacks in the default game. If a unit has height advantage, it gains, like any unit that's attacking it with a ranged attack that has a height disadvantage will have a chance to miss. It's like a 50% chance, or it's like a pretty considerable chance to miss the target. So it's just RNG. That's what I was talking about earlier when I was saying that pro games being potentially decided, or battles in pro games being potentially decided by these shitty ramps that have those the improper height flags on them. Like, that does make a huge difference in the outcome of early game battles and even late game battles, depending on the positioning. So it was just crazy to me that people were using melee maps that had ramps that were just fundamentally broken on a gameplay level. Yeah, there's no stacking for the default mechanic. In Hydra, I'm having it changed to affect so that every level of height advantage gives a unit +1 armor, +1 effective armor for the incoming attack. If it's a ranged attack, obviously melee attack, so you can't do that because they're not in range to attack. And this obviously doesn't affect air units, I should mention. It's only ground units. And as well, any ground unit that has a height advantage on an enemy will gain a +1 range Or it might end up being +2 range if +1 is not significant enough. So the idea is that you can actually use it for more offensive natures than previously. Okay, so that's it. Dude. I don't know what happened over here. And yeah, they are better organized than they used to be. To answer your other question, Vic. They basically, they're all imported all at once. The stacked cliffs have not been done yet, so those are not imported yet. I'm definitely going to be spending some time implementing those in a separate Photoshop file so that I can actually get some work done there. Okay, I think I got it all. Oh, but I have to do height. But I don't know when I'll be doing that, so either way, I'll end up making a brush file for all of this stuff, so yeah, it looks like it was all just consolidated over here in this one section, which is nice for my fucking sanity. Means I don't have to do too much here. Poor Protoss. Oh, well, I mean, like I said, there's been a huge number of changes to the game state. It's not the same game at all, even though it has the same races and all that. So it's definitely not something that I can, like, in some ways, the the game is actually easier for you to smack into like tanks and stuff, to tech into tanks, because so for example, Terran only need in order to build a factory, they need to build an armory, but armories themselves only require a command center. You can build the armory after you build your refinery for gas. So it's naturally much more accessible in that way. So in that sense, you can definitely imagine it might be a little rough, because Terrans can get them even faster. But it's a little bit like that. That would probably involve foregoing early Marines or something. You know, if you've studied the melee metagame, it's real tough to deal with Protoss in any capacity without like an early bunker or something. You know, so. Yeah, come on, dude. You got to get some cooperation going. I don't know what he did to this fucking map, but he has tortured this map. Has tortured this tile set. What did this tile set ever do to you, Dark Metzen? Yeah, Veek just wants to see the ability that he coded in for them. So there's a bunch of new passives in the game. And one of the passives for the example for the infested Terran is that it gains increased movement speed the less health it has. So as you damage it, it gets faster. It's pretty epic. Yeah, they fly. They fucking speed their way across the map. Vorvalding. And yeah, it's like Zealot leg upgrade or Vulture speed upgrade in terms of factor of speed. So at max health, or like the maximum it can get, basically. I'll show them after I'm done painting this map. It's pretty fucking good. Jeepers creepers, Batman, what the fuck happened over here? Oh, it's one of those. Oh boy. It's alright, we're more than halfway done, I'm pretty sure. I fucking hope. Oh man. Did it again. It's like my screen couldn't take looking at it anymore and needed to break or something. I don't know what the fuck happened there. Oh, that's the other thing, is because I've corrected so much of this, who knows what we're actually looking at. Like, we might be completely out of alignment down there, so I'll finish this side before anything else. As if I needed it to be any more complicated and or annoying than it already was. Ugh. That's physically painful. Yeah, I mean, there's tons of shit. Like, I assume you've never really heard of Project Hydra, Spider, but there's some stuff going on there, man. I'll put it to you in as basic a way as possible. It's it basically is like a, what the fuck? How'd that even happen? It may as well be not a total conversion, but as close as you can be to a total conversion without being a total conversion. We're going all the way up to like tier 5 tech. I started working on the plans for that recently. And it's going up there, man. Oh yeah, imagine. Use your imagination. Some wild shit. Dragoon dads, I like that one. Yeah, imagine Mass Wraith, only you die to it every time the AI does it to you. Then you write an angry letter. I still can't believe how effective the AI is at Mass Wraith. It really should be illegal. Like, it doesn't seem like a strategy that would work, and yet it still destroys me every fucking time. I don't get it. Oh, Zerglings. Okay. Well, now I just gotta fix all this shit. And then obviously repaint all the high dirt stuff, but that should be easy. Hey, the wings are temporary. I just don't have any better asset yet. Oh, and of course, I come to find out he's got his shit on a bad angle anyway. I think we've already added something like 20 units, or in their neck of the woods of 20 units, counting structures. But most of the crazy shit is upgrades. Like there's an upgrade for Reavers in the late game that makes it so that Scarabs are treated as air units. So they ignore pathfinding and stuff. They just fly over. Well, there's a lot of Scarab changes. One of them is that you can actually shoot the Scarab before it detonates, and if it gets shot down, it deals half damage wherever it is. But the relocators upgrade that makes it so that it just flies makes the Reavers much more lethal, as you might imagine. Dragoon dads, yeah, there's just a custom unit. Holy fuck. Boys, we did it. Oh yeah, I've got to figure out what the fuck this ramp is. Oh, it's broken on this one too. I think I know what it might be. Might have been. But I don't know what to do about that. I think I'll just reuse this one. TBH. Oh. Oh dear. Dude. Okay, well, I've fixed enough. I've fixed as much as I can. Imagine if you made fun of a Dragoon and his dad came out. Yeah, I guess that's pretty comparable, actually. Alright. This is the version we'll copy over here. And then I gotta grab the campaign maps. Takes forever to stage these files. Just type that again. Fire bets, only they can kill buildings. Pretty much. I don't remember where my game sound was. All right, a demonstration for you. So, I mean, really, there's a billion different things, but here's some crazy stuff. So first of all, instead of lurker aspect, just like the Spire into Greater Spire, you evolve your Hydra Den into a Lurker Den if you want to get Lurkers. And you can also do a Basilisk Den if you want to get Basilisks, which is a brand new unit. Which is what this is. It's obviously just a recolor right now. We don't have a custom art asset for it. But this is the one that has the ability to bounce. So as you can see, they fire 2 shots. It's concussive damage, so it's really good against infantry. Also melts shields. They have a pretty high range, as you can see. This is without any upgrades or anything. There is an upgrade for them that, if I find the Basilisk Den, here it is, gives them +2 range when on creep. And, most notably, the unit, while borrowed, generates creep. So you can use this to like proxy Sunken Colony or place a Nidus Canal or whatever you want to do. So that's just one unit right there. For Lurkers, we've got a couple of pretty neat upgrades. So one of them is an upgrade that improves burrow speed. Just fast forwarding real quick. And as you can see, they burrow real fucking quick. Even though it's only 125% speed. Now this next upgrade is much more impactful, we'll say. It's called Seismic Spines. The previous one was Tectonic Claws. And, well, here, I'll just show you. I have some infantry here that have signed up for this test project. Notice that the attack comes back to the unit. So you can imagine that really destroying somebody who's not paying attention to their army. Some of this stuff is not 100% fully implemented yet. Like that one doesn't do double damage to doesn't do damage on the second tick back to buildings, but for units it does seem to work just fine. So we haven't we're still fully researching all of the different things because unfortunate thing is we don't have the source code for the engine. Otherwise we'd be a lot further ahead. Now there's what's up, Ultralisks? Planning to add Brutalisks? No. Some StarCraft 2 concepts would be okay to bring over. Like there's going to probably be some giant mechanical unit that you build from an SCV, which was a StarCraft 2 beta concept for the Thor. It'll probably be an aircraft, as a spacecraft, as opposed to a ground unit, but there's some ideas there that I think are fine. It's just the Brutalisk itself. I mean, it's got such a generic, stupid name, and on top of it, it's I mean, it's really just like an upgraded Ultralisk. Except it moves slower, and I guess it can attack air or something. It's not a very interesting unit, So we have a Devourer Haunt here. And the Greater Spire is now the Guardian Roost. So these are dedicated tech structures for the units. Devourers can now be accessed from Lair Tech. You can morph your Spire into a Devourer Haunt just with Lair Tech. And Devourers themselves have been reworked a little bit, so they're a little bit less tanky. They got 1 less armor, and they're a little bit cheaper, and their tech structure is not very expensive either. You may have noticed that there's some upgrades here. So there's some upgrades. There's 2 upgrades right now for Mutalisks. One of them gives them an extra bounce. The other one doubles or 1.5x's the bounce damage. So this doesn't impact the first attack from the Muta, the attack on the primary target. But you can imagine that it adds up to quite a bit of damage if you're able to keep your Mutalisk micro in check. So this damage upgrade requires Hive. The other one can be researched as soon as you drop the Spire. Well, I guess it requires Lair Tech. That's the other thing, is Spires only require evolution chambers now, so you can get them before you even get Lair if you want to. There's a whole bunch of changes. I'm going to get lost if I try to keep remembering them all, but these are just some of the things that we've decided to add to the game. And pretty cool stuff, to be honest. So I'm trying to think of what else there is. This is the Vorvaling, which is a new unit as well. We've got to mutate your spawning pool into a Vorval Pond. And it has access to the upgrade that gives these Vorvalings their main deal. So this is Case where they get 3 times the speed when moving towards enemy units. So you can imagine that's pretty useful for intercepting tanks or diving onto tanks or whatever. They do the same damage as Zerglings, but attack slower and don't benefit from crack. So they're pretty good. Oh yeah, that was the other thing that we wanted to show off is the infested Terran change. What's up, my name is Lowell. Cheese what if I have an ally? Alright, so if we take... there we go. So here's a regular infested Terran. Here's an infested Terran with their Death March passive fully in gear because they have up to 50% increased movement speed. I think one of them might be faster. I don't think you would have the APM to ally/unally over and over again. And I don't see how it would help you anyway. You want your Vorvalings to move slower? Or do you want... I'm not following what you're talking about as far as that mechanic goes. I guess we could. What we could do is we could check for mutual alliances for anything that's related to that. But if you want them to move faster, then why would you be... You're saying unally your ally to make them move faster. Well, then your attack move is neutered, so I don't think that that would be very reasonable. But yeah, I'm not really worried about that edge case, but like I said, we could make it so that it takes into account mutual alliances. So what else do we have? You want a Dragoon Dad? All right.
Wield me, henceforth.
So this is a new unit. I'll just train one real quick.
Hail to the firstborn, light the way. Henceforth.
So you can see they move a lot faster than regular Dragoons.
It is done. Light the way.
They've got this passive, Signify Cowardice. Enemies struck by the Hierophant have their movement speed reduced for 50% when moving away for up to 3 seconds.
Where do the cowards lie? Hail.
So if I try to move away from this Hierophant now,
It is done.
you can see that he's having a struggle.
Wield me.
So this particular unit is meant to be like a skirmisher. They're fairly close range. They do still benefit from Singularity Charge, the Dragoon range upgrade, but they only get +1, whereas the Dragoon gets +2. So they will only go up to 4 range. So it's still useful to get it, but it's not as beneficial.
Wield me.
This unit has deals concussive damage, so once again, it's not going to be epic against all types, but you can imagine very effective against Mutalisks, because you're going to be Mutalisks attack, kiting back and forth, pulling back. So if I were to spawn like... oh, I misspelled it. So here, I've got my Mutastack. I'm coming in. Oh, I'm all kinds of fucked up. Oh no, I can't kite it. Here's some examples. Obviously, I still went out because I had 6-2, but you can imagine with some kiting on the enemy's side as well, it would be pretty devastating. No, so it's any enemy Hierophant. I mean, this isn't even implemented this way. Right now, it's just the Hierophant that tagged you. But it's any Hierophant... I guess it should be any Hierophant allied to the team of the team owned by the player or whatever. But it's meant to be that if you're within, like, say, 5 weapon range, I think, which is upgraded Dragoon... or no, upgraded Marine. Weapon range of the Hierophant, it slows you down if you're retreating. Of any Hierophant, I should say. So if any Hierophant is within 5 weapon range of the unit that has Cowardice on it, then the unit moves slower. We're going to have some custom transmission events as well added to the game eventually. I've already recorded some lines for such a purpose, where, for example, the Hierophant will sort of yell at the, like, gloat almost at the opponent if they end up... like if they're like walking away, there's like a small chance for the Hierophant who's tagging somebody with cowardice and like chasing them down to like taunt them or whatever.
Face your opponent! Die with honor! You cannot run!
And then if you kill a unit that has cowardice, there'll be a small chance for something like this to play.
Coward! The fate of all fools!
So obviously the script writing isn't necessarily final. There'll probably be a bunch more that I add later on. But I like the idea of having a little bit of, you know, some transmissions like that. I'll see what I can pull from the base game, like random campaign transmissions or whatever. And I'll see what I can pull in and use there. Like, I think unfortunately, you want a piece of me, boy, is the Marine ready line. That would be a really epic line to have some sort of like, oh, Marine enters combat, like a small chance for a unit like that to say something. I think that could be kind of neat, but I wouldn't want to mess around with readability. If you hear that line and you're Terran, you might be like, oh, did a Marine finish? And so that would be pretty fucked up. So I wouldn't want to do that, but something in that vein wouldn't be impossible.
Direct unit.
So we have
Movement in
a
progress.
new unit for the Terrans as well called the Shaman,
Unit responding.
which is mostly known just as a heal bot. It does have a weak attack, also concussive damage, very
Command arc.
not very effective, right? Fairly basic, but it has this ability where it regenerates. It moves slower while active, and it regenerates nearby HP. So if I just tag my own units here,
Red at Hydra.
Yes.
oh, I guess they immediately healed. That's pretty funny because there's only a little bit of damage, but
Yes. I'm here.
Direct unit.
you can see the AOE in this particular example
Got my attention.
Order accepted.
is going pretty high. For some reason, it looks like the read isn't spawning anymore on them. They're supposed to get the same restore effect on them. But this basically is like a more positional medic that can heal multiple units, and you can have multiple of these active at once to get double healing. So unlike the medic, which only one medic can be healing one unit at a time, it's a very expensive unit. It's very vulnerable while it's moving slow and healing.
Command.
But you can imagine that that works out pretty well. Well, it's funny that you say that just by looking at it. The medic has been way more used, probably because it's like the more familiar unit for most people. The Shaman went through a bunch of different iterations. Like before it actually had energy, and it would drain energy over time, but then after it lost energy, it would be mostly useless, so it wasn't really that effective. The medic is much more fire and forget, whereas the Shaman requires not only that you have enough, like there's 3 supply each, they're fairly expensive. So there's some element there that makes it so that the Shaman's just not exactly favored. If you can use them well, once people adapt to them, I think that there will be some benefit to having them around. Yeah, exactly. So like, what I want is, like, for example, there's going to be different specialists. There's going to be a ghost. Well, there's already a ghost. There's going to be a new unit called a savant that we don't have implemented yet. That is also a specialist, but doesn't launch nukes. It doesn't use some sort of lockdown type ability. It doesn't cloak. It's still a specialist. It's got like a longer range attack. It fulfills like a similar kind of role where it's like a spellcaster, APM intensive type unit, but it's going to offer different things than the ghost does. And I wanted the shaman to do the same thing, even though the shaman would also be healing. And I also wanted there to be some sort of unified combat class, almost like a class of unit role, like healer in this case, so that I could have upgrades like adrenaline packs, which makes it so that anytime a unit is healed to full HP, right now it's just by medics or shamans, but it'll be like anytime one of your units heals another unit that's an organic unit, so obviously you won't be able to do this by repairing a siege tank or something, they get +10 or +2 armor for 10 seconds. I don't know if the 10 seconds is still accurate. I think I might have nerfed it to 5 or something because it was pretty strong. But you can imagine, like, you just stim, and then with one shaman in the area, you stim, they immediately get +2 armor. It's pretty fucking good. That requires a science facility to even get, so it's a tough upgrade to access, and it's fairly long to research and fairly expensive as well. But that's one of those situations where I'm offering an upgrade for any unit that happens to be healing for the Terran Arsenal. And I wanted to have upgrades that are both unit-specific and then also role-specific. Sort of like some in-between of unit-specific upgrades and then like vehicle weapons that affects all vehicles. Like I wanted to, okay, well, maybe not all vehicles, but how about all vehicles of this type? Like hovercraft or something like that. What about with plague or damaging? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but that does remind me that there's a very exciting upgrade that I should show you. Even sped up, the game takes forever to research that one because it's that powerful. So how do you feel about this upgrade? Now, notably, the Plague doesn't do as much damage as it used to. It only deals up to 100 damage over 10 seconds. But the idea is you can get a lot more off now. So, what I did was I took all of the abilities like Irradiate, Stasis, Lockdown, Plague that seemed just to last for years, and I reduced their overall damage, but increased the speed at which they deal that damage. So you will actually feel like you're taking more damage from Plague. It's just that you're not taking more total damage, unless they have Metastasis. But you are allowing for some sort of like trade-off there. Whereas you have a small amount of time to split that Mutalisk while it's irradiated, because it's dealing a lot of fucking damage. It's just dealing less damage than it used to. Let's take a look at the actual stats of it. So it's 125. I think before it was like 250 or 200 or something. Because it used to one-shot Overlords, I remember. So it doesn't anymore. And this is, again, also over 10 seconds. So the idea is like reducing the time for an effect to actually offer its impact. There's also some neat things about Irradiate anyway, that instead of the Science Vessel casting radiation or EMP Shockwave, there's an ability or an upgrade called Radiation Shockwave that makes a unit that is irradiated cast Irradiate on death or when their Irradiate expires. I'm going to be buffing it so that it casts it twice, because EMP was also changed such that it only deals 100 damage to energy and shields. But aside from that, there's like, you know, stuff like that that you can imagine the utility for. So, oh yeah, and then of course, because I wanted to also show this off. Oh yes. Sometimes plaguing your own units is a better idea. Just be sure you don't get plagued back. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty good. Some of this stuff is more recent than others. Some of it's more experimental. Metastasis has been in the game for a little while, so it's pretty epic. But you know, there's like other stuff that just in general makes the overall stuff more usable. Like Burrow is researched by default, but it doesn't block building spaces anymore, so you don't have to worry about researching it by default or researching it. But you should like, you can actually use it because it feels like an ability. Like, why do you need to research that for everybody? Like, some stuff is kind of common sense, and also obviously I'm editorializing a bit, like having my own bias. But I think that's led to some more interesting things. Obviously, it allows you to borrow a Zergling or something and then add it to a group of Mutalisks instead of using your Overlords, which is a good thing because you passively get Overlord. I don't know what the fuck happened here. There was a command center that died and took damage. Must have missed that. But I completely lost my train of thought there. But yeah, I was talking about Burrow and Overlord speed. So Overlord speed currently increases with your tech level. So when you hit Lair Tech, you get not as good as Pneumatized Carapace, the Overlord speed upgrade, but not that bad either. And then when you hit Hive Tech, you get more than you used to get from Pneumatized upgrade. So it's like if you get knocked back down to Lair Tech or, God forbid, Hatchery Tech, your Overlords are going to be dead in the water. So it's an interesting dynamic. It's still something we're experimenting with. I'll probably be changing it up a little bit more to make it a dedicated Overlord tech structure at some point. There's all sorts of plans like that. Oh, here's an exciting change. So mind control now works, and it's only 25 energy. It drains energy based on how much supply you have mind controlled. And when you lose energy or your unit dies, units go back to their original owner. So that's an obvious case where they can be much more disruptive now, and it feels a bit more like you're, you know, seems like you're talking about a unit that whose combat role again is like a bit more fully realized, and it feels more like you're actually using, you know, a unit that's meant to be doing some mind control. And I can just pop these. So there have been times, for example, in the latest multiplayer game nights where I've had like one of my allies mind control some shit, and I've said, all right, well, he's mind controlled, I'm going to quickly kill it, because I don't, like, it's going to eventually, it's draining energy until it kills it. We haven't implemented a cancel button yet. So, like, the mind control some tanks, then once the threat's over, I just quickly kill him, because, like, I instinctively know that he's probably not interested in losing, like, regaining over. It's like a ticking time bomb, but for the time that it's there, it really affects the battle. It goes back to, like, the irradiate idea, right? Is trying to make it so that there's small windows of opportunity to make big changes to the game. Yeah. Yeah, Vitas Dozen was running around with a billion overlords or a billion hydras, and it had a bunch of overlords, and I had Dark Templar. And so I was like, I had some Dark Archons as well, and I was like, all right, well, you don't get these overlords. So I mind controlled his overlords, and he just shot him down. All right, so we've done the math on this. I've mucked about with this before because I was interested to see how it would work out. So without any energy upgrade, remember there is an energy upgrade, I can mind control this, and then it'll morph, and now it doesn't actually give me it doesn't drain energy currently, which is a bug, but we if we end up killing this guy, right, then you lose control of the hatchery, but you do get the larva. So there's something, right? With a mind control, again, without energy, SCV, you finish the command center before the energy runs out. You got about a 50 energy to spare. So if you have 150 or more energy and you immediately drop the CC, you can do this in a real game. And obviously, probes are even easier. You mind control, you drop the Nexus, then it doesn't matter. So that's basically how it works. The unit that I'm controlling right now is actually a new unit as well. It's called the Legionnaire, and it's like a weaker, more expendable version of the Zealot. Only costs 1 supply and 75 minerals. It's the same train time right now. I'm not sure if I'll adjust that. They haven't seen a huge amount of use, but when they do end up getting seen, it's usually en masse, like based on their name, right? They have an upgrade that requires the Templar Archives. You get it at the Citadel of Adun, and it's called Blade Vortex, and it allows them to teleport. Now, I don't like cooldowns in an RTS. I think, like, you got cooldowns from your weapons, and that's pretty much it. You want intuitive cooldowns. So there is no cooldown on Blade Vortex.
I serve for iron. I serve for iron. I serve.
And so you can do it as many times as you want. And that really sets them apart from Zealots when I look at this. So I think it works out. A lot of this stuff, again, is like still very experimental. We're not 100% sure. I'm totally open to the fact that I might need to change a lot about this, but for now, it seems pretty cool. Well, they can't teleport away. They teleport to each other's targets. So I target this guy. This guy gets an attack order, and he teleports. Sometimes the sprite doesn't spawn. We're still fixing on that, or working on that. I serve for iron. Yeah, you can't run from them. All you can do is kill them, pretty much. Now, you might think that this makes them uncounterable, I don't know why you would think this.
Set us loose. Grant me your will. For ire. We march.
But just with a couple of Reavers, you can see just 2 Reaver shots. Because they're teleporting on top of each other, they just get destroyed by splash. Lurker's doubly so. So if I spawn Lurker... Right, and I spawn... Like, imagine me trying to actually... Well, the AI's a little retarded, so I'll let him actually fucking sit down with his Lurkers. Alright, now I'm trying to storm here. Like, I'm... Okay, well, this guy, again, was a retard instead of actually... So, basically what I'm saying is Splash destroys these guys, especially if you spread them out enough. So it's definitely really powerful against tanks. Again, I don't even have leg enhancements on right now. Somebody was suggesting in the chat that, I think it was Fagudo in the special bus, he was saying that they need to move faster with leg enhancements because they don't get as much of a speed boost from leg enhancements as Zealots do. But I don't think he's using them in critical mass, or something must be wrong, because like, imagine them moving even faster and also having the teleport still. Like, I don't think that makes sense. Maybe they need to have the current, like, what their leg enhancements movement speed, maybe that needs to be their base movement speed, and they need to not benefit from leg enhancements. Like, maybe they need to be better without any upgrades. I can attest to maybe that makes sense, right? They're a little bit more nimble, but they don't benefit from an upgrade. Okay, I'm open to that idea. Why should they get any enhancements? The trade-off would make sense. They don't get bonus from movements, so their teleportation is already in the bonus. Yeah, well, the thing is, leg enhancements only requires the Citadel, and Blade Vortex, the teleport, requires Templar Archive. So it's a pretty steep gas cost to get to. The other thing as well is that Dark Templar benefit from leg enhancements too. But Dark Templar have their own host of changes. For example, while they're attacking, well, you can't see it on my own units, but if I spawn, for example, a supply, for a split second during his attack, he's visible. So I'm trying to defend. Oh, fuck! You can imagine why that might be a pretty powerful set. So I'll just grab some vultures here. I think that really makes it actually makes the unit feel scarier, even though technically it's a nerf, right?
Oh, is that it? I dig. No problem.
Like, I can't even hit this guy.
I dig.
Right? So it's like you got to be very precise with your timing on that one. We might make it so that it takes a little bit longer, but I mean, they are a fairly high-tech unit now. So just the idea that they pop in and out, it's like, yeah, like before it's like, oh man, my fucking guy, this guy built Dark Templar. Can you believe this guy? Now it's like, oh my god, there's Dark Templar in my base, help! Somebody fucking scanner sweep! I need an observer, help me! It's very different now. It feels very different anyway. It feels really fucking frenetic when that happens. Although there are some bugs, like now it looks like he's permanently visible. I think if I spawn a tribute to him, he may recloak. Yeah, it's like there's some bugs that are introduced with all these new mechanics. Again, we don't have access to the source, so it's pretty difficult to actually get that done. But that aside, I mean, it's still a pretty solid mechanic, I think. So yeah. There's this is like just a small token of what's possible. I mean, you want a nice little send-off here, real quick, and I'll show you something.
Nuclear missile ready.
Those are map revealers. Map revealers reveal less of the map now, so that's why they're like that. They were just placed with the SEM draft method of like scenario place map revealers.
Nuclear launch detected.
So with this nuke here, with an upgrade that I got, you spread irradiate. onto buildings, well, onto any unit that survives the blast. Eventually, it will also create like a pocket of radiation on the blast zone as well. And the irradiate will be... I think it does damage to buildings already. If it doesn't, it will. But another thing I should mention...
Nuclear missile ready.
As soon as the upgrade finishes.
Upgrade complete.
Transmit orders. Commencing.
If you thought nukes were underutilized before,
Sir.
check this out. There's an upgrade you can get. And now science vessels can do it.
Nuclear launch detected.
Now, science vessels obviously are very vulnerable during this time. So it seems like maybe it wouldn't even be that useful of an upgrade. But you can, since they're an air unit, you can do quite a bit of that with that, actually. Yeah, it looks like it's not doing damage to them just yet. But you can do quite a bit of damage with that because you can target something, like you can target terrain or something that's completely out of their view. Like, you could always do this with ghosts, but it's a lot easier with vessels since they're air units. Just imagining that. There's definitely gonna be an AI that I make that at some point escalates to this point of their build where they've got that upgrade. There's also an upgrade that increases damage for nukes. But you know, you'll drop this shit on them, and suddenly they're just gonna have like 30 vessels fanning the map trying to nuke you. And that is the other thing to mention, is that as well and good as all of these mechanics are, they're all meant to be in service of significant revamp of the game itself, including like AI. So the AI is actually meant to be powerful in that sense. So here's an AI only run or whatever. It's like, in this case, we're observing just the AI play the game. I'm going to speed it up a little bit. And this is the first draft of the first Terran mission. This map ended up being too small, so I'm in the process of redrafting it. I'll be working on that tomorrow. But what you see here is player 1 and player 2's forces are down here. You've got an AI, so it can be played with up to 2-player co-op in all of the missions. There's an AI ally in the middle of the map. And he's supposed to be Backwater Station from the first mission, if you can cast your mind all the way back there. And you got Zaz in the top left, who's going for a fast expo. You got Gorn in the top right, and you got Arak in the mid right. And Arak is a little brain dead right now. I haven't exactly fixed all of the issues with him. But essentially the idea is, even from the first mission of Hydra, you've got a 3v3 on your hands. And that will be true in the redraft as well. It's just that the redraft will have a bigger map, so you can spend a little bit more time with the map. You know, if you're unfamiliar with Hydra, you need to get your feet wet with it. If you are like just not a very good RTS player for whatever reason, but you want to try, like it just creates a more time for you to be able to play and explore in the map and sort of get yourself as far as you can get yourself before you get destroyed by the AI. Because the AI will definitely destroy you if you're not prepared. In the final cut, I should say. Currently, we can't even beat our AI, but that's because the AI that I wrote for this currently has a resource multiplier. It's it is significant, even though it's not like they're getting twice as much money. But they, like, the Zerg get 1.5 times. Terrans get 1.25 and Protoss get 1.12. So Protoss get 9 minerals instead of 8. Terran get 10 instead of 8, and Zerg get 12 instead of 8. So it's quite a considerable amount in the grand scheme of things. But it's because they don't get the value out of their units that they should. They don't micro, and they don't position them very well, and they don't retreat when their attacks are not working. So until we fix all of these other problems that I've already logged elsewhere, and until we make the AI a bit more competitive when it comes to micro, and make them a little bit more intelligent when it comes to decision making like this, you're going to see the AI, unfortunately, use those kinds of cheats until we get to a point where we can actually do a bit more with them. But even with the caveats of them being unfair in that respect, and them also being really dumb when it comes to unit management, we've already been able to create a pretty decent experience for players to come in and say, like, oh, I thought I was a good campaign player, and then they just get annihilated. So at least there's that. Because I don't know if you know much about the custom campaign scene, but custom campaigns tend to just be like, well, people who play almost exclusively custom campaigns tend to be seen as bad players, and they usually are bad players. But like when the first mission involves a marine spam like this, and then you got Gordon backing them up here, I don't think they're actually going to pull this one off. They're probably dead, unless he can build enough Zerglings. He's pulling his drones. This almost looks deliberate, but he's an idiot, so. Oh, maybe he actually will get out. Yeah, that egg colliding might have saved. Plus his drones distracting the other Marines. Yeah, they don't know how to use workers for attacking yet. And if you were to like if I were to spawn an SCV in here or just have control of an SCV and I tagged one of their buildings, all of their workers would start to follow me because there's like this ridiculous built-in thing that Blizzard decided was a smart thing to do. There's this insane built-in hardcode that immediately tells the AI, "Hey, we need to defend everything, our base with all of our workers if the enemy attacks us with one worker, but we don't need to defend with workers if the enemy attacks us with 60 Zerglings or 10 Marines." Or like, why it's only triggered for that, I have no idea. It's also only triggered for, like, if you attack a worker with a Zergling, then they will retaliate, but not with a Marine, not with a Zealot. Like, it's not even a melee, and it's just specifically a hardcode check for the Zergling's unit ID. And I don't know why. Yeah, see you later, nerd. No, it's just it's like if it's a worker, we need to pull all of our workers to attack that worker. I don't know why. If it's a Zergling, we can retaliate one at a time. So the SCV that's being attacked by a Zergling will attack the Zergling back, but no nearby SCVs will unless they're also attacked by that Zergling. So you can imagine why this is dumb. Meanwhile, we haven't really been paying attention, but the poor guy in the middle has been kissed. So this is what I'm talking about. Like, you see how all these other SCVs are completely ignoring it? Oh, but now I'm tagged, so I'll attack. Like, neither of those units even had health. So it's pretty goofy. Stuff like that will eventually be resolved, but it might be a while. Yeah, I guess so. But the idea that that's the one case for them to do that in is really silly. I sure hope Raynor will decide that his ally is worth saving at some point, because this is just embarrassing. He's only got one barracks, man. Leave him alone. Hi. This is another stupid thing that the AI likes to do. They just fucking ignore that. There's an upgrade for Sunken Colonies that Gorn wishes he had right now. It makes it so that the Sunken Colony has attacks up any nearby unit that's not their target. Like, it has to be a unique target. Can receive the attack, and it's something to the effect of, like, it's half damage, so they deal 10 damage to the other target. Medic came just in time. Yeah, it's not melee class specific. Dude, I like that Raynor just pumped out nothing but barracks and nothing but Marines. That's his personality right there, man. Raynor likes Marines. Raynor's owning right now. Yeah, so what, the Zerg are a little retarded. Meanwhile, 2 factories going down over here. Like, that's the thing, is like right now this is a very one-sided engagement, but these AI want to beat the opponents that they have, for lack of a better term. Like, obviously they don't really want it because they're not conscious entities, but they play as if they want to win when it comes to the macro things. Like, obviously they're not particularly competent with micro at all, or target selection or anything like that. But that doesn't mean that they don't wish that they were. Fuck that extractor. Some shamans. Mods to tier 1 units. I think Marine, Zergling, and Zealot have not changed at all. Nothing on Dragoon. There's been a slight modification to Dragoons in that I fixed their pathfinding. But that's just because I think it's really stupid that a unit was basically balanced around being handling very poorly. I think that's a really dumb way to balance a unit. So I did the same thing in Goliaths. What else? Nothing yet for Marines. I mean, there's incidental stuff like those adrenaline packs upgrades that gives them extra armor when they're healed, but that's about it. Nothing yet for Zerglings, nothing for Zealots. There's probably going to be some stuff that I can come up with later on. Like, we're not even like halfway done with the planning, let alone the implementation of all this stuff. Like, everything that I've shown you doesn't even equate to a third of the changes that are going to eventually be in the game. There's way more stuff for me to document and then for us to actually implement on a technical level. Zerglings spawn broodlings on death. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Yeah, just make it so that they... I did think of an upgrade or an automatic behavior that would be given to this lovely convoy of shamans healing each other, even though they're mechanical units. I did think of an idea today where when you hit tier 5 tech as Zerg, a passive benefit of having access to tier 5 tech would be that your lurkers could morph to Hydras, like back to Hydras, or they could morph to Basilisks, or like Guardians could morph to Devourers, could morph to Mutalisks, could morph to Gorgoleths, Zerglings could morph to Vorvalings and back. Like shit like that, making it so that there's like a lot more freedom for an immediate army customization. I think that's... there, yeah. Oh yeah, and so you can actually get like +5 weapon upgrades and +5 armor upgrades now too. So that obviously affects earlier units, but it's not unit specific or role specific per se. Yeah. So it's not like you would be able to do it free of charge. Like you'd be still paying. You'd be paying the cost of the morph. Though maybe that could be something that... So there's a series of Overlord morphs that made me think maybe there should be a series of other morphs. Like more than just Hydra into Lurker or Hydra into Basilisk. More than just Muta into Guardian or Muta into Devourer. Like what if the Devourer could also mutate into something that was unique to that? Like the Devourer could mutate into some unit that no other unit could mutate into. The Guardian could mutate into a unit, but you had to first get Guardians. That sort of sequential idea, I think, could work out pretty well. One Lurker. Let's see how many kills he gets. Yeah, I also thought about units spawning creep on death, but I don't really know. It feels like it would be too niche to be actionable, and it seems like if it's too, like I was talking about this earlier, if something isn't really very impactful, then I don't really want to add it to the game. Like if it can't be part of a key component to a strategy, then I don't really want to add it to the game in that sense. And yeah, there is already the cost in the unit itself, but I still think that like the opportunity cost is not high, so you need to have some sort of resource cost, I think. Because you're actually, in some cases, you're getting supply back for morphing into an earlier tier unit, like the Hydra from a Lurker. So you're already getting a refund in that sense of supply. And then you have stuff like, there's other stuff in there too, like the idea that if there were, like, it's not like it takes a long time for you to morph a Hydra into a Lurker. It's fairly quick. So the time itself would not be very costly. Well, yeah, there's that too. It's like the amount of flexibility that this provides means that if you have a bunch of Lurkers or you have a bunch of Basilisks, you could then morph them back into something that could attack air or into something that would be more specialized against infantry or whatever. Well, you would rather make new Hydras, but you're spending money to immediately have them on the front line, or almost immediately. It's like maybe after the first morph, the time cost is reduced or something. But I don't know that mineral or resource costs would be. I think it's a highly situational thing. I think maybe a reduced cost would work too. I mean, that was my first instinct, was to say half of the cost, but that's something that we can obviously do a lot of testing in to figure it out. Like, the Zerg aren't really about having a lot of value on individual units, right? They want to swarm. They want to spam out a bunch of units. So in that sense, you're probably not going to be spending a whole lot of APM. Like, the exception is obviously, like, even Ultralisks you want to get a lot of, but the exception is obviously like defilers and stuff, where they're very expensive and you want to treasure them, but you also want a lot of them. Like, you don't want to lose them. They're not really as expendable as your other units. You can get a lot of value out of them, but you also are going to build a lot of them. So oh yeah, well they have an upgrade for lifesteal, yeah. No, there's no AoE. Melee AoE is something that I've been thinking about, though. I don't know if that'll be for the Ultralisk. You'd think it would be, looking at the, you know, where is the Ultralisk? I'm probably going to increase the efficacy of the Kaiser Rampage upgrade. So there's Saber Siphon, which is the lifesteal, and then there's Kaiser Rampage, which gives them movement speeds. I removed the old upgrades because I thought they were kind of boring. So you never get fully speed upgraded Hydras. Or Ultras, I should say. But as soon as you get a kill, you get, for 1 second, you get increased movement speed. I think you'll also get increased attack speed. You can see he's getting 10 health per hit because he's dealing 20 damage. That's 50% lifesteal. So, yeah, for sure, it's I think it's one of the more successful upgrades that has been added into the game. That, well, really both of them, but particularly the other thing. The lifesteal definitely wound up being pretty effective. And yeah, it does take a long time to research those upgrades. The thing is, once we end up having the Keskath Cavern, the other thing about those upgrades is that I don't think this has been implemented yet for the Lurker Den or Basilisk Den. But when you mutate a structure in Hydra to go from, like, for example, Evolution Chamber can mutate into the Mutation Pit. And the Mutation Pit has this passive benefit that gives it, I think it's like 125% research speed, or maybe it's 15. I think it's 15% increased research speed. So they research stuff a lot faster at that point. You can imagine with tier 5 upgrades, time costs get pretty hectic. This is one way to sort of attenuate that. And you can get access to this thing from the lair, whereas the Guardian Roost is obviously Hive, but Devour Mound is lair. Gorgolith Apiary will be lair as well when that's implemented. There's a new air unit that we're going to implement. And the idea is that, like, this also works for these two structures, the Devour Mound, Devour Haunt, Guardian Roost. And you're basically looking at, like, you know, just faster upgrades, generally speaking. So that will also carry over for Lurker Den and for Basilisk Den and for Keskath Cavern and for Vorval Pond. I just haven't actually implemented that yet, so I might as well do that at some point. But yeah, it is harder to trigger it against Zealots, but I don't think that's like a bad thing. I think it's just part of the matchup, right? What's up, Alexander? I don't remember where this was implemented by where. So we'll say Lurker Den, Basilisk Den, Vorval Pond, Keskath Cavern. I don't know if there are any others. grab my documentation about unit IDs. Unfortunately, we have to hard code all this stuff into a plugin. So Horrible Pawn is 204. And then Lurker Den is 101. And Basilisk Den is 153. I don't think I have the Cascath Cavern in with a unit ID yet, so we'll just leave it at that. Can I really afford to wait to build mutas, then wait for guardians, and then one more morph? Well, that's the thing, is I'm not sure if it would really work out. But time will tell. One thing with Brood War Pro games is when the momentum picks up, macro takes precedence over micro. In most cases, it's Predator just produce more and place less value on microing. This removes the uses of a lot of niche units, is why we don't see a lot of versatility in build orders or strategies, because it's simply easier to just produce more. Yeah. So I've taken a controversial approach to this. You just have more selection limit and more, including building selection. You have up to 4 selection of buildings at the same time. This isn't implemented yet. And you'll have up to 18 unit selection. This obviously has a chance to completely throw out the balance in a very negative way. But the reason for it is because I'm targeting an end game state where you're probably going to take about an hour to complete most missions, most maps, most melee games, assuming it's a team game environment, which is what I'm targeting. I'm not looking to replace 1v1s because I don't really... like, Brood War already is the de facto 1v1 RTS game, and until I'm a bit more experienced as a game dev, as an RTS dev, I'm not really that interested in, like, specifically targeting for 1v1s. I'm supporting 1v1s, but that's not where most of the stuff is going. Like, there's a lot of allied interaction, like recall affects allies now, stuff like that. Like, I want to make it so that allied recalling, you're going to be able to load into your allies' bunkers or load into your allies' transports. So there's a lot of interactions with that. I'm really focusing on team games because it started out as a co-op project in the first place, and I really think that team games are where a lot of the fun can be had, generally speaking. But with the selection stuff, the reason why I decided to go for multi-building selection is because I don't think it's actually the thing that the demon or devil that everybody makes it out to be, generally speaking. I think, in a sense, so yes, these UI changes, these concessions to the user interface, you could say that they're improvements to the user interface from an objective standpoint of like allowing more interaction from the player. They raise the skill floor. So it's a little bit harder to differentiate between players who are not very good at controlling or not as good at macroing because from players who are really good at it, because of the fact that you can now select up to 4 barracks and apply that into a control group, and then rally 4 units at the same time and issue orders to 4 units at the same time for training Marines or whatever. But it's still, it's a brute force thing. It's not a precision thing. It's not like Starcraft 2 where you tap M once per barracks. So that if I have 5 barracks in my selection, I type M 3 times, I only get 3 Marines. In this, it'll be like Warcraft 3's multi-building select, if you remember that. I'm sorry if I'm asking you to remember Warcraft 3. I know it's a terrible, terrible experience to remember that game. But looking at the way that game handled multi-building select, you had up to 12, and you never used it because that game never had any scale to it, but you were able to, like when you, say you had like 6 barracks selected from the orcs, and you ordered a grunt, if you had enough money to make 6 grunts at the same time, it would order that to 1 grunt to all buildings. It's the same way that it works in this, or will work in this. The other thing is that you can only select units of the same type. I guess you could really, technically, you should call this the same class, because you can select up to 4 hatcheries, lairs, or hives together. Or sires or broods, which are the tier 4 and tier 5 ones. But when it comes to stuff like multi-building select here, it's going to be a lot less precise than StarCraft 2's. And in a game where like it's already really hard to be a commander. Like that's kind of the whole point of StarCraft. It's really hard to be a military commander. Like you got to cover a lot of shit. I'm not really automating anything. I'm just making it so that it's a little bit easier for you to exert your desired will. Like you still have to be the one who makes the commands, who gives the commands. There's nothing automated about it. It's not like Smart Rally or anything like that. But you're able to give more commands in a less amount of time, which I do agree with the initial, like what I've gotten back from it as negative feedback or as criticism of the idea is that it does raise the skill floor. But I think it also opens up more opportunity for human beings, which includes the Korean crazy people who play this game really well, to macro up and do what I really am dreaming of when it comes to Hydra. What I want out of Hydra is like 10 plus bases mining at the same time. Like resources don't deplete. I didn't mention that. It's like one of the most fundamental changes to Hydra. So minerals will just get to 2 minerals like geysers will. And they regenerate they regenerate anyway, all the way up to 1,500 minerals, but they regenerate faster if you're not mining. So you wipe somebody's base, about 5 minutes later you can take that. And it won't be completely regenerated, but the idea is that it adds permanent value to bases. That alone changes a huge amount of the game. And the idea is that this allows for a more permanent understanding or association of strategic value with certain aspects of the map. So map makers can benefit from it. Players can benefit from it if they're really adapting to it. But like the main overall construction of the game is such that I'm targeting longer games, team games, as well as games where you are handling like 10 plus bases, like double or nearing double digit bases. You have like 40 production structures. You're trying to get them all to work. Like in this case, it would just be downright impossible to deal with that inflating scale, especially against an AI that's made competently, regardless of whether or not they cheat with money. They would just roll you over because the AI doesn't get tired and they don't have selection limits. They just fucking order units around, you know? So like when I'm considering it with PvAI, I realized that I had to make some concessions there. And I also realized that by making these sorts of UI changes, I would be allowing more players to experience the macro-oriented gameplay therein. The micro changes, based on the fact that you now have up to 18 unit selection, I think will also, generally speaking, allow you to handle more things when it comes to attack moving and stuff. When it comes to handling like precise unit control, it doesn't change that much because you're usually selecting like 3 or 4 units at a time in the middle of battles. But yeah. Late game will have to deal with resource scarcity if nobody has lost any bases recently, and then things will naturally slow down. But there's also some mechanisms to stop that even if you are actively mining a base. So there's like an Overlord morph that when you morph to this unit called the Iroleth enhances mineral regeneration and Vespene regeneration in an aura around it. So you position that at your bases. It's a slow fucking thing and doesn't have that much health. It has more health than Overlord, but it's like 350 health or something like that. So it can just be killed by nearby wraiths in not very much time at all. So you want to defend it, and it's rather expensive, but the idea is that you can do that. Terrans will get an add-on to their command center, and that add-on will do the same thing, except it's a wider radius because it's an add-on. It's stationary. Protoss will be able to warp in a sort of substructure on top of individual mineral fields and on top of their assimilators or their allies' resources. All of this shit can stack, by the way. So if you're in a situation where you've got a Terran and a Protoss and you're tag teaming it up, and your ally slaps down a quarry, and you walk into his base and you warp in a bunch of penance, which are the substructure for resources. You warp in a penance onto his minerals and his refinery. He's going to be thanking you and he's going to be getting a lot more money out of that for longer. It's like securing his investment or whatever. So there's things that players can do, there's choices players can make to invest into their economy to get to these late game things, because the late game tech costs a lot of money. I mean, I'm going to be modifying it so that even to get a science facility, which unlocks tier 3 tech, of course, and similar things, it's going to cost somewhere in the range of like 300 or 400 minerals and probably the same amount of gas, maybe even more minerals. And for something like tier 4 or tier 5 tech, you're looking in the thousands of each resource. And the idea is that that's just to unlock stuff. Individual units cost a lot of money once you get there, but you're generally not that much money up for individual units. Obviously, upgrades and structures and stuff are going to continue to increase in cost. The idea is that you can get really, really powerful units out of this stuff, but odds are, like, unless your economy can support it, which it can if you're running 10 plus bases, you're not going to be able to mass produce them. You're not going to be able to do all that stuff. So it's like natural limiting factors for that sort of thing. So in that sense, it's a bit more like Age of Empires, I guess, where you have to save up a bunch of money and then dump it into an age upgrade. I haven't played a lot of Age of Empires, so I don't really know if that's a true comparison, but maybe that's another game you might be familiar with. The idea is like you can obviously get knocked back down to tier 3 if you lose your obviously you get knocked back down to tier 2 if you lose your science facility. You get knocked back down to tier 3 if you lose your tier 4 and tier 5 tech structures. So there's always the worry that might end up happening, right? In that sense, there's a lot to be desired about it. There's a lot to be figured out about it. I don't know if it makes sense for these structures to be super expensive, but then also like maybe they just need to be really tanky so that players, like they're going to take up a lot of space as well. So players are going to need to choose their locations wisely. And I think players who really master Hydra, assuming we ever get to the point where somebody has mastered Hydra or is in the running for saying that they can say that they have mastered a lot of Hydra. The idea is that you'll be planning for your tier 4 and tier 5 layouts and stuff at the beginning of the game, like as you're figuring out where your first expansion is going to be and stuff. Like when you really know maps and when you really know your teammates and stuff like that, you can figure out your strategies. The idea is that you'll be able to benefit from planning all that shit out and leaving a huge area of terrain open for that sort of thing. So there's a lot to look at in the future, but some of this stuff is inspired by Iskatu Masku's work with Armageddon Onslaught and later with some unreleased Starcraft 2 stuff. Made me think about like much more involved tech trees, generally speaking. And his project has some crazy shit for stuff like he's got like battle moons and stuff in his projects. The idea that you have these giant satellites that are like in orbit over the battlefield and whatever. I'm not sure exactly how it worked out. I think it was just a giant spacecraft and his tech demos. Like stuff like that, I think you can make an argument for it. And what I really want to tap into when it comes to the end game, like tier 4, tier 5 stuff, is I want to tap into stuff that's like mythic level power that just could potentially like actually throw the entire entire world, the battlefield that you're on, if it's a space station, if it's a planet, like you could be threatening the core of that planet in theory with some of the tech that's going up here. There's a Zerg unit that's going to be right now with a code name for it, because I haven't figured out a name for it just yet, is the World Eater. And the idea is that this unit can burrow through cliffs, and it can move while burrowed, and when it unburrows, it can unburrow up cliff levels. So if you burrow underneath some high dirt, through a dirt cliff or something, you can unburrow on the higher ground level. And it has a melee attack, but that's not its pièce de résistance. It's this giant worm. You can add sections of this worm to it by spending more money on it, and you can build structures on top of those sections, like sunken colonies and spore colonies, and some there's going to be like a larval colony or something that will allow for spawning larvae on the front lines as well, and maybe a Nidus canal exit or something. Like there's going to be shit like that. Like that's going to be the tier 4 unit. That's a tier 4 unit, and so that's not even the maximum end game stuff, but that's one of the examples of the kind of unit ideas that I'm coming up with that will completely change how the game ends up being played and how engagements are taken. But obviously still require skill-based expression and require a lot of skill and resource management to get to the point where you can even use the unit in the first place. Like, how carriers exist and stuff like that. Like, if you mass 12 battlecruisers or 12 carriers and you're able to get, like, if you just look at that army, that's like somewhat difficult to counter. And if you're a new player and you don't really understand how the game works, the solution to that usually is to stop the player from getting to that point. The solution to some of the tier 4 and tier 5 stuff is going to be that way, but there should still be some sort of counterbalance, like countervailing force that you can handle once they hit that tech. Oh, I just have the game audio running. Thanks for reminding me. And yes, I will test PyTile before I go, because I gotta go to the bathroom. All right, so let me take a look. I already downloaded the changes. All right, so you said that group select should be in? Do I have to do something specific to enable it? Or maybe I didn't download the changes. No. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's the weapons platform is a Terran structure that you can build, and it's basically a moving piece of terrain where you can garrison units into it, and like a siege tank in siege mode, for example, and then you can lift it off and move it around the map. I have to enable a tick box. I missed it then. Cyprians not benefit from stim pack. I kind of like that idea, honestly. Where is the tick box? Oh, group multi-selection. All right. Yeah, cool. And this only works, right? Like, I wouldn't be able to... Yeah, okay. As soon as I try to do some sort of action, it... Oh, it actually doesn't let me do anything with the main window, it looks like, while group multi-selection is ticked. That's really nice, though, the fact that we have access to... Just for the sake of, like, making a bunch of shit unbuildable at once, or completely nullifying a bunch of things at once. But yeah, as far as like the tech for the tier 5 shit, like end game stuff, I'm not kidding. Like, I'm pretty much open to any idea, like any crazy ass idea you could come up with. I will see if I can make it work. Cause like building a space station or something. Like, well, yeah, I mean, weapons platforms are tier 3 tech. Maybe I could move them to tier 4, but I think they're fine as tier 3 tech, like a specialty structure. Ion cannons are going to be in there as a structure you can build, like giant large scale artillery. That might be tier 4. So yeah, I mean, crazy ass ideas. Trust me, it'll happen. Hockey for the tick box would definitely be useful. Oh, copy paste mirror generate works. Let me try that. Psi disruptor. Some sort of super weapon structure. All right, so I could do something like this. I guess it would be Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V. Oh! Now that's nice. Yeah, that's really good. And then if I do... And what was the mirror hockey? Oh, it's just Control-Y. It's confusing that it's Control-Shift for some and Control without the shift for others. That's really fucking useful. Uh, 2v2, 3v3, 4v4. When we get the player extender, 5v5, 6v6. Free-for-alls, obviously. The player number extender, it's going to be a really long time before we get that. Probably like a year. Maybe longer. Maybe shorter. It really depends. But we're going to try to extend the number of players to the point where we have like I want to be able to have like 64 players in one map. Obviously, we would need the map size extender as well for that, but you can only imagine the fun. I can copy multiple at once. Not bad at all. Nice. Yeah, really, really good work, Vic. That'll definitely make it a lot easier for me to do some stuff later on. Well, I don't think that Starcraft itself is very balanced. They've basically butchered the maps to the point where you can only make certain maps instead of balancing like Terran has liftoff and siege tanks. So we got to make sure that there's no tank holes and that there's no island expansions that you can get to without first mining a 0 mineral field. It's like they've had to put all these fucking gimmicks into the maps instead of actually balancing around the race because Blizzard didn't want to balance it. Not that I would trust Blizzard to balance it. I'm looking to the point where I want to be able to have reasonable, like, I don't think a meta will develop to the point where there will be like, oh, only Zerg are viable, or only Protoss are viable, or only this composition of races are viable in like 2v2, 3v3, or whatever. I do think that some maps will be more or less viable or favorable to certain matchups. And as we learn more about the meta, and as the meta develops when we add more stuff anyway, Hydra's meta will eventually inform what kind of maps, like basically the result or the ramifications of making a map a certain way, right? So I would look at it like, yes, I do aspire to have a balanced game state, but StarCraft itself is not balanced in team play. Like, you need a Zerg. This is my hearsay knowledge from watching some Koreans play 2v2, but apparently you need a Zerg in 2v2. Otherwise, you're just at a complete disadvantage. You can have one Protoss or one Terran, but you can't have like mixing and matching Terran and Protoss. You can't have two Terran, you can't have two Protoss. It has to be at least one Zerg. Like, something like that is really, really lame to me. So I definitely don't want something like that to happen in Hydra. And I don't want to change it based on maps. Like, unless it's a common map trait, like, oh, maps that have this in common tend to favor this race. Like, then it's more of like a mechanical thing. Then it's more of like, oh, a matchup specific thing, perhaps. I can either address that with my maps in the future, or I can triage the thing itself. It's obviously a lot more easier said than done, because when you're writing it out on paper, you don't take into account all of the moving parts, and when you nerf this aspect, maybe you situationally buff this thing. I also grew up, not really grew up, but when I was younger, some of my more formative competitive experiences were playing League of Legends at a very high level. I got all the way up to Diamond 2, so relatively high levels. Obviously, I'm not like talking about Challenger, but in that game was ruined because of the balance. Like, my appreciation for the game continued to dwindle after like season 3, season 4, when they removed solo carry potential, and that was basically because my playstyle got outmoded. So I also am completely understanding of the worry that some people might have of a constant balance update cycle where you just get to the point where you're constantly changing shit. And in a more domestic RTS related example, you can look at Starcraft 2, which gets its meta changed every 3 to 6 months and is worse for wear every single time and is basically dead at this point. Not that it was ever really alive anyway. So, one sec. Food's ready. But in competitive team play, multi-Zerg is banned. There's one way around it. You can have your teammate pick Zerg, and you pick random in hopes of getting Zerg. Holy shit, that is insane. Yeah, so like stuff like that I obviously want to get rid of. And the idea, again, like the actual professional series of players, right? The professional leagues that exist. These tournament organizers have decided it's better for them to say, hey, you know what I want to be able to do? I want to be able to just say, fuck it. Let's balance around maps. Let's just legislate like what kind of compositions you can pick in team games. Let's just like, instead of petitioning Blizzard to balance the game or deciding, fuck it, we're going to make our own version of the game. Like, I don't know what the IP rules of that would be. Like, can they modify the game and make it so that there's some balance changes and add some custom tiles or whatever, the way that I've been doing it? Like, I'm sure they wouldn't do the same shit that I do for Hydra. Like, it's a completely different project. But the idea that they could at least smooth out some edge cases, there might be some legal ramifications. But the fact that that hasn't even been tried seems really ridiculous to me. So it's really embarrassing that like the pro league stuff, maybe their hands were tied and they couldn't do anything. But the idea that pro leagues are like that and they just fucking tell you that you can't play this stuff is insane. And yeah, Blizzard, of course, themselves are definitely culpable for this sort of thing, but for shipping an incomplete product, as they always have and as they seem to always continue to do. So pretty much where I'm at. Like, I don't want to be carnival riding the players with the balance changes, but I also don't want to leave the balancing up to the mappers or the multiplayer scene itself or whatever. So, rather unfortunate that we don't really have an example of this being done well. We only have counter examples of it being done poorly or it not being done. And I'm cognizant of that, but I think I can give it a try. And I'll learn something. Even if it's not successful, I'll learn something. Like, even if Hydra ends up being like, I've got to refactor a lot of stuff and revise a lot of concepts or whatever. Like, I've had to revise, like I said, the Shaman went through a bunch of iterations. Legionnaires went through some different iterations. there's certain units that I've had or upgrade concepts that I've had to just throw out or revise heavily, and I'm not above doing that. Like as much as I think some of these ideas are cool and could work, if they end up not working, I can figure out if it's because of my execution and try to fix that, or if I can figure out if it's just the concept itself, and I'm totally fine redrafting a lot of that stuff. So I think that alone, the fact that I'm willing to remain as objective as one can be about their own project when it comes to whether or not something works out very well, I think that's a tool in my toolkit that ends up being relatively unique, that most developers themselves balance around like lower skill, partially because the developers are not very good at their own games. Not that I'm very good, but partially also because they're more interested in the casual user base. And I have no fiscal responsibility when it comes to this sort of thing. Like this doesn't make me money. I get like occasional donations or whatever, but it's very, very infrequent. Maybe at some point when we get to the point where I'm hosting servers for matchmaking way in like a year or so, that might be something where I look to crowdfund the server costs so that at least the mod itself pays for itself, so that I'm not like losing money on it. But that's probably the only thing that I would ask for in that sense. And I look at it like I'm not really looking for large numbers of players either. Like I don't want people to join unless they're actually interested in the project. I don't want people to play unless they're invested in the project and they're willing to improve themselves, because they're going to have to adapt. They're going to have to improve their understanding of not only Hydra, but I think Starcraft in general. Most of the people who are going to be playing this are probably not Melee diehards who really have a complete understanding of the Melee game, because so few people have a complete understanding of the Melee game. I think that most people are going to be coming with very incomplete knowledge about how to play Melee, and they're going to have to learn to improve just to play the single player content. Like I've made it a point that the single player and co-op content for the campaigns and stuff, that is going to challenge you. That is going to, even if you're a good player, you're going to have to show me that you're a good player in order to beat those levels. And that's kind of the whole point, is that even if you're good, you're going to have to demonstrate your skill. And even if it ends up seeming like a cakewalk for you, you're still going to have to break like 200, 300 APM or whatever, depending on how, like what your actual APM is. You're still going to have to show me that you're engaged, that you're playing the game, that you're not like, looking at anime on your side monitor or whatever it is you kids do nowadays. And that's a big deal for me, is like, I don't want people coming in unless they're actually interested in adapting in that sense. And that also includes me being adaptable to their feedback. If they end up saying like, oh, I don't think that this mechanic works, or here's some suggestions for you to do. That's why it's important to remain objective as well. Has to be some balance. Taking everything to 1,000% is not a solution either. If your game state can be wiped out by haymaker plays, it's not exciting either. I think that is more an opinion. Yeah, so I don't think that the solution is to make it so that it's like a solvable project either. Like, Brood War isn't really solvable. Like, by solvable, I mean, like, you take an AI, you make him play Brood War. Like, they're going to get some more utility out of their melee or their units by kiting. Like, their micro is going to be godlike because they're AI. They're not tired and they're not limited by APM. But even then, there's only so much that they can do with that. Whereas StarCraft 2 battles resolve so quickly and are so dependent on precision micro that you actually don't have any option to do anything if the AI... Like, that's one of the reasons why, as long as their build order is on point, they don't really need to adapt. And as long as their micro is on point, they win every fucking engagement. Like, given even remotely close army strengths, they will win every engagement. That's one of those issues with StarCraft 2 being a solvable game. And that's one of the reasons why the balance is so fucking... Like, it's almost like focus grouped. It's disgusting. It's like sterile, like hospital sterilization or something. You know what I mean? Like it's just dead. It's lifeless, and that's like a big issue where they just like Mutas is saying that they overcorrect and stuff, overcorrect, and honk horns. And I don't think that Brood War is seen as it's not a very popular game because of the fact that it mandates that you improve and that you lose a lot and that you learn a lot. And most people don't want to do that, right? Most people see games as toys and you see them as there for entertainment. I think games can be a lot more than that. I think games can, like, just like a really good book or a really good movie can push you to learn something more about yourself. Like when people say, oh, that book, yeah, you get what you bring to it. Like you take from it what you bring to it. You get out what you put in. That's what I think games can be, and that's what I think Brood War is, even though it's like that in a very flawed sense, where it's like only in certain contexts and only like here's all the issues with the balance and stuff. As long as people, by and large, don't want to improve themselves, they're not going to be able to find skill testing RTS or skill testing games of any kind, like Quake or some of those old school FPS games. they're not going to be able to find those appealing. And I think that's just naturally how it is. Like I said, in that case, like if that's not really my market, right? That's not really the kind of people that I'm looking for. And everybody who's trying to make an RTS or a MOBA or anything that's similar in nature to an RTS is doing so trying to nab the casual market because that's where the money is. That's one of the benefits of not caring about sales or whatever and not charging for anything is, you know, when the Frauds Club RTS comes out, when I end up making my own RTS in the distant future, it may very well not even cost money to get in the first place. But if it did cost money, as soon as you got it, you would in perpetuity own the license to the game, own the game. I would say own the game itself. I don't actually know how the legalese works though. And you would also own any future patches and DLC, quote unquote, like content patches that I add, like new campaigns in or new races or whatever. Like I'm not interested in people like getting rich off of this shit. I'm interested in making a really good product. So that's also the case for Hydra, but obviously I'm limited a lot more based on the engine. And I'm also limited a lot more based on the fact that I'm still pretty young. I'm only 25 years old. I haven't been doing this for a huge amount of time. So I need to learn a lot more about RTS game design and game design in general, level design. I need to practice and I need to get a lot of stuff done. And that's basically what Hydra is. In essence, at the end of the day, it will probably only be at most a tech demo, but hopefully we can make it a really fun and exciting tech demo, a compelling tech demo. And who knows, maybe it'll take off. But we shall see. That's pretty much it, as far as I can tell. So unless there are any last questions, I'm going to head out because I got a burger waiting for me. Like a true American, like a true patriot. I think when you start, you get something like 20% win rate in Brood War. It just takes actual effort to learn the game and how to use its mechanics. Yeah. And I think StarCraft 2 takes some effort to learn as well. Not to just say that it's like a baby can do it, but the thing is, it's like grind as opposed to like the grind in Brood War is you got to learn a lot. You gotta lose a lot. The grind is like internal, whereas StarCraft 2 is just like a knowledge burden, which Brood War has, but to a lesser extent. And you also have the benefit of knowing everything once. Like it's not going to change. There's no balance. There's no balance changes. So that's certainly unlike StarCraft 2. And obviously StarCraft 2 catered with its mechanics and with the way that you interact with its user interface and the automation and the smart things about it, like the smart pathing and the smart rally that actually end up, well, the smart rally is pretty hard to fuck up, I guess, in that sense. But the smart pathing actually made it so that you prize area of effect damage because the units clump up together. And that's not really what you would want. You actually want to split them up. And so the micro gimmick or the wasted APM sync or whatever, the action economy thing becomes spamming your units to spread them out. And yeah, F2 key. Good idea. And so the biggest issue there is like, oh, I've got to spam my units to split them up so that they don't get destroyed by fucking indicators from disruptors because that's lazy. But that's your APM sync in StarCraft 2, as well as like spam clicking High Templar with snipe and spam clicking ghosts with feedback, which is the most retarded interaction I've ever seen in RTS, I think. It's just the idea that that's it because they can one-shot each other. Anyway, we're out of here, boys. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for all the questions and all the exciting conversations. Streamed for almost 6 hours today. It's pretty epic. I'll be back tomorrow with another one. And, oh yeah, tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, we're doing 10 o'clock Eastern. We're doing a game night or game morning. So if you're interested in hopping in, that'll be organized through the Discord. Find the link somewhere in the description or Twitch panels below. And other than that, we are there will be a mod stream in the afternoon instead of the morning because obviously I'm doing the game night or game morning in the morning. There you go. Bye.